Chapter 786. What about Long Chun from the Divine Sword sect? He has 100 golden lamps. He should be ranked ahead of the other two, right? These three are the 12th, 13th, and 14th. What about the rest? It's hard to say for the rest. We have to wait and see. After all, it's just a group elimination round. The warriors who were not qualified to participate in the competition were bored. They would always find something to do, such as guessing the names of the 20 sky prides. As long as they could guess more than 10, they would receive a reward. This was also a good entertainment for them. However, the top 10 were generally easier to guess. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Unless their performance was extremely outstanding, they were not qualified to be ranked in the top 10. The previous combat strength test could only be used as a reference. It could not be used as a complete standard. When everyone was discussing, the competition did not stop. Ling Xiao, Shangguan duel. I admit defeat. The baby-faced Shangguan gave up the duel with Ling Xiao because he knew that he was no match for him. Ling Xiao, Yu Lian, duel. I admit defeat too. Ling Xiao, I admit defeat. Ling Xiao, I admit defeat. Just as Lung Hao envied him, Ling Xiao's next dozen or so opponents all chose to admit defeat. These people were not timid. They were just more rational. They did not want to waste their energy and time in the battle with Ling Xiao. Compared to Ling Xiao, among the remaining disciples of the Eastern sect, only Long Chun had not lost a single duel. After fighting more than 10 duels, Lan Yu lost one duel. She could not be blamed because her opponent was in the top 10 of the previous tournament. Her level was not up to that position. Naturally, she was not a match for them. But even so, she maintained her usual steady fighting style. In the end, she was defeated after 100 moves. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were a little surprised in their hearts. They had included this delicate and pretty unknown female warrior in the list of the 20 Heavens Prides. After Wuya lost to third young Master Bai, he lost 2 more matches. Both of them were opponents who were on par with third young Master Bai, but even so, he still had no problem advancing. Lung Hao and Dai Yuling were both following Ling Xiao's advancement strategy. They were very restrained. He decisively gave up on the matches that he should have given up. As for the matches that he should have won, he did not lose a single one. At this rate, the two of them would have no problem advancing to the next level. The final battle, Ling Xiao versus Diwan. When they met Ling Xiao before, Army Breaker and Wind Demon Listener both chose to admit defeat. It wasn't that the two of them were afraid of Ling Xiao. They simply didn't want to waste their energy on Ling Xiao in the group stage. After all, they had enough points to advance to the next stage. However, this Diwan seemed to be someone who was unwilling to admit defeat. He planned to have a fight with Ling Xiao and defeat this Yuehua school disciple who had been bragging about his prowess. Lose. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Diwan. He directly threw out a chi sword. The chi sword flew through the air and pierced through Diwan's protective Zhen Yuan. Then it pierced through Diwan's body and sent her flying off the stage. He didn't even give his opponent a chance to make a move because it was a waste of time. Ling Xiao wins. The referee of Group 10 seemed to have expected this result, so he shouted the result when Ling Xiao made his move. However, what surprised him was that the battle was already over before he finished shouting. Strong. Really strong. Not only is his sword move strange, but it's also extremely fast. I now understand why Army Breaker and Wind Demon Listener admitted defeat. Even if you win against such a person, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Now it seems that this Ling Xiao is at least ranked 19 out of the 20 Sky Prides. Too low. I think 15 is more like it. Number 11 is Hong Li. There is absolutely no problem. This woman is so strong that even Bai Qianjiao is afraid of her. I even suspect that she can become one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Number 12 should be Long Chun. He is stronger than Feng Yaorao. Because the group stage was basically over, the judgment of each warrior's strength was more accurate. Except for the top 10, the rest of the 20 Sky Prides had some changes. Of course, this was just the audience's speculation. It might not be accurate. Number 13 should be Feng Yaorao. Number 14 should be Lan Yuer. Number 15 should be Ling Xiao. Number 16 should be Army Breaker. Number 17 should be Third Young Master Bai. Number 18 should be Long Xiao Xiao. Number 19 should be Ning Wushuang of the Heavenly King sect. Number 20 should be Gui Suishou of the Blue Water Palace. Of course, such a ranking couldn't be completely accurate. However, based on the performance of the group stage, the order might be wrong, but the people were probably these people. After the first round of elimination, more than 200 people became 100 people. Moreover, these warriors were all given the title of Outstanding Talent. Ha ha! This is a miracle of miracles. There are actually 4 disciples from our Yuehua school in the top 100. This is really rare. The 3 clans in the south have been eliminated. In the east, only Ing Wuya of the Beast King Palace, Long Chun of the Divine Sword sect, and our Yuehua school are left. Heavenly Master Golden Ray was very happy. Of course, he was happy. In the past, the Yuehua school had always been at the bottom of the 12 clans. They couldn't even enter the finals. But this time, not only did they enter the finals, but 4 of them also entered the top 100. This was really an unprecedented grand occasion. It's still too early to be happy. The second round will be even crueler. It will be very difficult to enter the top 50. Heavenly Master Heavenly Eyes had a satisfied smile on his face, but he was still careful with what he said. It's okay. I believe that Ling Xiao and Lan Yuer will definitely enter the top 50. As for Rain Numinous and Long Hao, just try your best. I won't force them. Heavenly Master Golden Ray was now a little impatient. He was already overjoyed that his disciple, Long Hao, could enter the top 100. What else could he be dissatisfied with now? After a short break, the second round of the elimination round resumed. According to the rules, the first and last groups would merge. The remaining 5 groups would still have 20 people in each group, and only 10 people would be able to enter the next round. But now, the number of this group was changed to 1. Originally, the first group had the Holy Sun, Hai Miang-Ko, and the demon Mo Wushang, these 2 killing machines. Of course, the second round of the elimination round was different from the previous round. In this round, each person in each group would fight 10 battles. It was completely random within the group. So, it was still a question whether they would be able to meet Hai Miang-Ko or Mo Wushang. Ling Xiao also didn't want to meet them so soon. Firstly, he still needed to observe their battle. Secondly, it was more interesting to leave the exciting battle for the last. That was the best way to maximize the effect. Of course, if he really met them, he would also do his best. But he felt that it was unlikely. The people from the Heavenly King Gate also hoped that he would lose the battle in front of everyone. In other words, the more spectators, the better. Chapter 787. Now, there were 5 arenas, but there would only be 1 arena in the final round. Of course, there would be more attention. It would not be a problem for the Heavenly King sect and the Sacred Dynasty to do something in the drawing of lots. They would arrange for the Holy Sun and Ling Xiao to meet in the final round. Of course, the premise was that Ling Xiao could advance. 10 out of 20 people would advance, which sounded like a lot. After all, there was a 50% chance of advancing. However, in fact, the probability did not mean anything. Those who could stand out in the first round were all talents. They were 1 in 10,000 geniuses in the Sky Dragon continent. A battle between two geniuses was too cruel. Most of them had a 50% chance of winning. The real deciding factor was usually a split second. One could be eliminated if there was a slight mistake. This was a little too cruel. There were many experts in the fifth group. In addition to Feng, Mo Ting, Diwan, Ling Xiao, and Army Breaker, there were also the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, Lu Lan, Feng Renjie, and Liang Xiao, who ranked 21st, 27th, and 30th in the last martial arts festival. Their points in the first group were second only to the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang. There was no doubt about their strength, and they were all disciples of the Heavenly King sect. It showed how powerful the Heavenly King sect was. Among the 100 talents, more than 40 of them were disciples of the Heavenly King sect. The first round, Feng, Mo Ting versus Lu Lan. The second round had just begun, and there was already a battle between two strong experts. Feng, Mo Ting was the 19th warrior in the last martial arts festival. Lu Lan was 21st. Feng, Mo Ting only lost to Army Breaker in the group competition. Then, he strategically admitted defeat in front of Ling Xiao. Lu Lan only lost to the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Liang Xiao. The first two were so strong that she admitted defeat directly. As for Liang Xiao, he was obviously stronger than he was in the last martial arts festival. Lu Lan was defeated by half a move after exchanging more than 100 moves. Clang, Wind Devil Listener, didn't seem to have learned his lesson from the group stage. He was still using his narrow sword. The long saber was unsheathed, flickering with a cold light. Then he took a deep breath, fully prepared. After he lost to Army Breaker, he no longer dared to underestimate any of his opponents. Moreover, this was the second round of the tournament. Most of the people in the top 100 were evenly matched. He absolutely couldn't underestimate his opponents. Lu Lan touched the storage ring on her finger slightly. After a flash of red light, a soft sword appeared in her hand. This was a weapon that female martial artists especially liked to use. It was more flexible and had more strange moves. After all, in terms of strength, women were generally inferior to men. It would be better if they won with moves. The flexible sword looked like a silver snake, flicking its tongue under the sunlight, making people shudder. Please enlighten me. When Lu Lan threw out her soft sword, she didn't stop at all. She launched an attack first. She was so weak that she looked like a willow catkin. In the blink of an eye, the silver sword light was right in front of Wind Devil Listener. The distance of about 10 meters was crossed in an instant. Dang, dang, dang. The soft sword and the narrow saber kept colliding. Dazzling sparks flew in all directions. The magnificent display of martial skills made the audience below the stage cheer unceasingly. The martial arts festival was both a competition and a celebration. Silver Snake flicking its tongue. Lu Lan snorted. Suddenly, the flexible sword darted out from behind her and stabbed out at an incredible angle. She was trying to break the balance in the arena. Clang! The airflow caused by the explosion of her true core strength flew up. The sparks on the arena turned into flames, making the fierce battle even more intense. The audience didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were totally attracted by the fierce battle. Whoosh! The flexible sword, which had been blocked, suddenly slipped. The tip of the sword slid out along the edge of Wind Devil Listener's saber. It seemed that the sword suddenly grew by 3 or 4 inches. The move, which couldn't hurt Lu Lan, became a killing move at this moment. That was why the silver snake, flicking its tongue, was so terrifying. It could catch you off guard. However, Wind Devil Listener only sneered. A saber appeared in his empty left hand. He stabbed it toward Lu Lan's abdomen directly. Puff! Lu Lan's body protection, true core strength, was broken. She retreated quickly to avoid the attack. She looked terrified. Good heavens! Wind Devil Listener can also do two things at the same time. Lu Lan is going to lose. Diwan was sitting next to Ling Xiao. After losing to Ling Xiao, he didn't hate Ling Xiao. Instead, he tried to befriend Ling Xiao. It was he who spoke. Ling Xiao didn't reject people from 1,000 miles away. Brother Di, you are wrong. Wind Devil Listener will lose in less than 5 moves. What? Diwan looked at Ling Xiao confusedly and asked, It's impossible. Although Wind Devil Listener was at a disadvantage at the beginning when he took out the second saber, Lu Lan was bound to lose. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I've told others before that Wind Devil Ting's biggest mistake was learning sword moves, but using a saber. One saber can make up for the flaws, but although 2 sabers make the attack stronger, the flaws also become bigger. He's basically asking for it. There's no saving him. Now that you mention it, you are right. Diwan was not stupid. He understood it immediately. Ling Xiao continued. In fact, Wind Devil Listener could have won when he took out the second saber. If it were me, I would have finished the attack even at the risk of being injured. However, in order to avoid being injured, he used extra moves to resist Lu Lan's moves. As a result, he missed the best opportunity to attack. Just as he finished speaking, the situation on the martial arts stage changed. Wind Devil Listener had planned to attack Lu Lan after defeating her. However, Lu Lan took advantage of his flaws and disrupted his attacking rhythm. She regained the upper hand. Both Lu Lan and Wind Devil Listener were disciples of the Heavenly King sect. They often learned from each other. Once Lu Lan took advantage of the opponent's flaws, she would not let go of the opportunity. Lu Lan launched a series of attacks without giving Wind Devil Listener any chance to take a breather. Puff! Finally, Wind Devil Listener's body protection, genuine essence, was broken. Bang! Lu Lan took the opportunity to kick him out of the arena. According to the rules of the competition, there were 2 ways to defeat the opponent. One was to make the opponent admit defeat. The other was to kick the opponent out of the arena. Damn it! I lost again. Wind Devil Listener stood up with a gloomy face. Lu Lan also let out a long sigh of relief. Although she had won this battle, it had not been an easy victory. If they met again, it would be hard to predict who would win. Fortunately, she would not meet Wind Devil Listener in the second round of the competition. This was a good thing. After the 2 left the arena, another person went up. The competition continued. Chapter 788. Diwan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and gave him a thumbs up. Admirable, admirable. Brother Ling's eyesight is really brilliant. Compared to my senior brother, Mo Wushang, you're not the least bit inferior. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He benefited from this aspect. The mountain river, martial spirit's analytical ability was too strong. In addition, he had cultivated many martial arts in these years. Although they were a little mixed because he had cultivated all kinds of martial arts, he was able to see the flaws and advantages of martial arts more accurately. The 5th group's competition continued, and the battle between the strong had not yet started. Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko, Demon Ai, Mo Wushang, Army Breaker, Liang Xiao, Feng Renjia, and Diwan all won the victories they deserved. Hai Myung Ko and Mo Wushang's battle was not much to say, because their opponents directly chose to surrender. Army Breaker's performance was very fierce. His opponent didn't even understand what he was doing, and he was already below the stage. Liang Xiao and Feng Renjia's performance was equally terrifying. They both defeated their opponents in one move. As for Ling Xiao, he also defeated his opponent in one move. However, his performance was not as exaggerated and eye-catching. Although he was also outstanding compared to Army Breaker, Liang Xiao, and Feng Renjia's battle, it was too unremarkable. Although most of the contestants' strength was equal, there were still such monsters. This was something that could not be helped. Of course, among the contestants, besides Holy Sun and Mo Wushang, the most dazzling one was undoubtedly Army Breaker. Even Liang Xiao and Feng Renjia were secretly praying that they would not meet this madman. Soon, the second round of the competition began. This time, it began with the main event. Ling Xiao, Army Breaker, come on stage. In the fifth group, the most dazzling Army Breaker and the most low-key Ling Xiao met. Although Army Breaker had surrendered when facing Ling Xiao in the previous group matches, that was only a tactical surrender. No one felt that Army Breaker was inferior to Ling Xiao. They just felt that Ling Xiao's luck was good. Compared to Ling Xiao, Army Breaker is lacking in cunning and calmness. His chances of winning aren't high. I'd say he only has a 20 to 30% chance of winning. However, if Ling Xiao wants to defeat him, he'll have to pay a heavy price. Since Mo Wushang had already said so, no one would doubt his words. His view had never been wrong. The others nodded in agreement. Even the Holy Sun, Hai Myung-keo, heaved a sigh of relief. If Ling Xiao had to pay a price to deal with Army Breaker, then he simply wasn't her opponent. It could even be said that he wasn't even worth mentioning. Army Breaker jumped onto the stage and looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. I admitted defeat just now because I didn't want to scare you. This time, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Really? I thought you knew your limits, so you admitted defeat. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Army Breaker's expression didn't look too good. However, he was filled with questions. He had seen Ling Xiao's previous battles. He was very clear that Ling Xiao was very strong. Even so, he still had a 50% chance of defeating Ling Xiao. But why was Ling Xiao so calm? Could it be that this kid was bluffing? Or was he hiding his strength? Humph. Speaking of hiding my strength, I also hid mine. I don't believe that I'll lose to you. At the judges' table, the original group, 10 judges, and the original group, 1 judges sat together. They were the judges for Group 5. The Group 1 judge smiled and said, Army Breaker is very strong. Moreover, in the group stage, he paid attention to hiding his strength. He chose to admit defeat in front of Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the result would have been difficult to predict. The Group 10 judge shook his head and said, I can still see through Army Breaker, but this Ling Xiao is too mysterious. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even use a weapon. I don't know what kind of martial artist he is. Maybe he's a martial artist who fights barehanded. It's not like there aren't such people. The Group 1 judge smiled. Who do you think will win? The Group 10 judge asked. Ling Xiao. The Group 1 judge hesitated for a moment and said, this is the result that Mo Wushang saw, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, the battle won't be easy. It's a pity that Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be able to control Heaven Essence energy. Otherwise, he could even compete for the position of one of the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters. That's right. Even a Heaven Pulse realm martial artist might not be able to control Heaven Essence energy. After all, it's the power of a Heaven Pulse realm martial artist. It's too mysterious. The Group 10 judge was also very optimistic about Ling Xiao, which was why he was a little disappointed. In fact, he really wanted to see Ling Xiao enter the ranks of the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters. That way, his face would also shine. After all, He was the one who watched Ling Xiao emerge from the group stages step by step. Of course, he wouldn't force it. After all, it was easy to become a Heaven Pulse realm martial artist, but it wasn't easy to condense Heaven Essence energy. This was not only related to one's comprehension ability, but also one's martial spirit and aptitude. Otherwise, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be able to control Heaven Essence energy. Only a trace of Heaven Essence energy formed naturally was useless. Army Breaker. As a disciple of the Sky Dragon Institute, you can't lose to a nobody, an old man on the viewing platform shouted loudly. Army Breaker's face slightly changed. Losing to one of the Sacred Dynasty's 6 young masters, or even to those geniuses from the previous batch, it might not be a big deal. However, Ling Xiao was just a nobody on the Sky Dragon continent. If he lost to him, it would be a huge loss of face. Not only would he lose face, the entire Sky Dragon Institute would lose face along with him. However, facing Ling Xiao, Army Breaker didn't have much of a chance of winning. Without drawing his sword, Ling Xiao looked at Army Breaker indifferently and said, "You don't need to feel so pressured because losing to me isn't shameful at all. Even the Holy Sun will be defeated by me." "Humph! How can the Holy Sun be defeated by a nobody like you? Forget it. Let me, Army Breaker, end your arrogance today." Army Breaker sucked in a deep breath. There was no way out for him. In this battle, he had to give it his all. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be able to return to the Sky Dragon Institute. Between preserving his strength and defeating Ling Xiao, he could only choose the latter. Wong. A dim light flickered from his storage ring, and Army Breaker took out his sword, exuding a terrifying destructive aura. An invisible sword chi rushed toward Ling Xiao like a gust of wind. The surrounding air was distorted by the pressure. Good sword, good momentum. Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of drawing his sword. "You're still not drawing your sword." Army Breaker was a little annoyed. He knew that Ling Xiao was a cultivator who specialized in using the sword. If he didn't draw his sword, it meant that he was looking down on him. There's no need for that. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. Mo Wushang looked at Ling Xiao and shook his head, sighing, "This person is too arrogant. No matter how strong he is, he'll still fail miserably. Just now, I said that he could defeat Army Breaker, but now I have to draw a question mark." Thunderbird sword art. Eagle soars the sky. With a loud shout, Army Breaker's sword pierced out. The moment the sword pierced out, the wind howled, and the sword chi was awe-inspiring. The terrifying feeling of being sliced apart made many people near the stage choose to retreat. Chapter 789. Destroy. Ling Xiao pointed out a finger, and the violent sword chi instantly collapsed, completely disappearing into nothingness. How can he be so powerful? Army Breaker's eyes flashed with shock. He had used his strongest sword skill and terrifying sword move. He had defeated many young experts before, but in front of Ling Xiao, it was not even worth mentioning. He could not believe that this was real. If you only have this little ability, then you have no chance. Ling Xiao's smile was still bright. "Humph, since that's the case, then I'll let you taste the taste of despair." Army Breaker coldly snorted. He was not bluffing. After he had comprehended the destruction sword intent in the true Devil Forbidden Zone, he had integrated it into the powerful Thunder Eagle martial soul. The destructive power that erupted from it was terrifying even to himself. Because this power was too strong and the time was short, he had not fully grasped it. Against an ordinary opponent, he could still practice it, but against Ling Xiao, he did not dare to rashly try it. But now, he had no choice but to use it, because Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his expectations. Unless he used the destruction sword intent, it would be difficult to win. Urging the sword intent, the Thunder Eagle martial soul behind him began to change. The lightning on its body flashed even more violently, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. In the next moment, Army Breaker brandished his sword and stabbed towards Ling Xiao. His body did not move, but the Thunder Eagle phantom behind him turned into a sword chi that broke through the air. A bright light flashed in the air, and a loud eagle cry shook the entire arena. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that your sword intent is just a baby eagle in front of me. It has no meaning. Facing Army Breaker, Ling Xiao did not need to use his 3 great wills. He could easily handle it with just his movement skills and moves. The sword chi continued to attack, but it was unable to stab Ling Xiao. This scene caused the audience to cry out in alarm. Every time they saw the sword chi about to stab Ling Xiao, it was always easily dodged by Ling Xiao. It was as if this person could predict everything. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao's battle would only continue if it was a meaningful battle. There was no meaning in fighting Army Breaker. As long as he could win, everything was fine. Originally, he wanted to see if Army Breaker had any other trump cards. That way, he would be able to make some progress under the pressure. But now, it seemed that Army Breaker wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. How disappointing. Army Breaker's expression was very ugly. At this moment, his face was filled with anger and unwillingness. Don't hold back, or you won't have the chance to stay on the stage. Feng Yarao suddenly shouted, "Well, I originally planned to use this move to deal with the 6th young master of the Sacred Dynasty. Now, you are qualified for me to use it." Army Breaker took a deep breath, and a terrifying sword intent pervaded his body. The shadow behind him gradually merged into his body, and his body began to change. "Martial soul transformation?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. Moreover, it's an 8th form martial soul transformation. My strength will increase by more than 80%, and my sword intent will also become stronger. You don't stand a chance." During the transformation process, Army Breaker was filled with confidence. His anger and unwillingness had disappeared, and it was replaced by incomparably strong confidence. At this moment, he was like a ferocious thunder eagle filled with lightning aura. He stood there, causing people to shudder. I didn't expect that Army Breaker would actually learn martial soul transformation. It seems like my previous judgment was wrong. This time, Ling Xiao is bound to lose. Although Mo Wushang's devil, I could see through the opponent's moves, it couldn't see through the transformation. After all, before the opponent transformed, it was impossible for him to know. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. It's time for him to suffer a little. Holy Sun smiled and nodded. Facing Army Breaker, whose aura suddenly increased, Ling Xiao faintly smiled. "You think you're the only one who can use martial soul transformation?" To be honest, if he didn't want to wait for Army Breaker to use his trump card, he would have defeated him in one move. Now that his opponent had used his trump card, in order to show his sincerity, he should also show a bit of his strength. He can also use martial soul transformation. Mo Wushang was stunned. Holy Sun Heim, Myung-Ko's smile, also froze. Wung. A terrifying sound of air exploding could be heard. In just an instant, Ling Xiao completed his transformation and entered his human dragon form. However, it was only the first form. Against Army Breaker, the first form was enough. A terrifying aura erupted. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly much stronger than before. Under this terrifying aura, Army Breaker's transformation actually trembled. He was like a little bird standing under the feet of a divine dragon, shaking uncontrollably. Army Breaker's heart was filled with fear. Only now did he understand that Ling Xiao's words weren't empty bravado. He was truly powerful. No matter what he did, it was useless. Facing such a terrifying opponent, The only outcome was defeat. I lost. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. Army Breaker didn't make a move either. He collapsed on the ground and cried out 3 words. In the final moment, facing Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. He didn't even make a move. Army Breaker was defeated. He was crushed by the powerful aura. In that instant, the audience's jaws dropped. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Ling Xiao was too powerful. He was so powerful that it was suffocating. The martial soul transformation that Army Breaker was so proud of was like a chicken in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. Perhaps some people had expected Ling Xiao to win. However, no one had expected him to win so easily. If Army Breaker was just a nobody, Ling Xiao's victory wouldn't be considered a big deal. However, Army Breaker was a disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Institute. He was someone who had easily defeated Feng Mo Ting, who was ranked 19th, and Diwan, who was ranked 20th. No matter how one looked at it, Army Breaker wasn't a nobody. He was an existence that everyone had high hopes for in this year's martial arts festival. However, such a shocking genius was easily defeated by Ling Xiao. This kind of strong contrast made many people unable to adapt. Hateful! The rise of our Heavenly Dragon Institute has been destroyed by this brat again. The Heavenly Dragon Institute's side couldn't accept Ling Xiao's defeat of Army Breaker. Originally, they had wanted to rely on Army Breaker, Feng Yaorao, and Jian Wuji's results to make the Heavenly Dragon Institute shine. The reason they had chosen these 3 was because they were strong enough. However, they hadn't expected Army Breaker to die before he could achieve victory. He had actually lost to Ling Xiao in the 2nd round, although they still had a chance to advance. However, they couldn't let go of the fact that they had lost to a nobody. This Ling Xiao is too mysterious and too terrifying. Ranking him 15th out of the 20 geniuses is too low. He should be ranked 3rd, just below Hong Li and Long Chun. After this battle, the audience's expectations for Ling Xiao became even stronger. Chapter 790. That's right. It's said that Army Breaker is slightly weaker than Feng Yaorao. Moreover, he's also one of the top 20 geniuses. Yet, he was defeated so easily. This Ling Xiao is really powerful. You seem to have overlooked a problem. Ling Xiao hasn't drawn his sword yet. According to the information, he should be proficient in sword arts. Hiss! Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He was already so terrifying without using a sword. Once he used a sword, how terrifying would he be? Anyway, I think it's hard to say who the top 20 geniuses are. Even the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty are. Up until now, most of the young giants have been hiding their strength. If they don't use their full strength, it's hard for us to estimate their true position. This is interesting. This is exciting. I like dark horses. What's the point of a competition that hasn't changed at all? Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. I'm really looking forward to seeing who can defeat the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko. Perhaps it was because Army Breaker's aura was too powerful, or perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's aura was too eye-catching. In any case, the battle between Ling Xiao and Army Breaker had attracted a lot of attention. After all, there were only 5 groups and 5 battle stages left. With the help of the formation, it was easy to pay attention to a battle on a battle stage. Army Breaker's martial soul transformation was already shocking enough. However, Ling Xiao's martial soul transformation was even more powerful. What shocked everyone the most was that Army Breaker had lost his courage to fight against Ling Xiao. This was even more worthy of attention. The battle might not have been exciting, but it was full of twists and turns. It was very exciting. In addition, Ling Xiao fit the image of a counterattack in many people's hearts. So, after Ling Xiao defeated Army Breaker, there were a lot of people talking about him. Because of this, Ling Xiao even gained a lot of fans. The judges of Group 10 and Group 1 were stunned for a long time. Then, the judge of Group 10 sighed. This kid really brings surprises. Just when you think you understand him, he surprises you again. I can't see through this kid. The judge of Group 1 nodded and said, he really is a terrifying youth. No wonder even the Holy Sun is afraid of him. The two of them were Grotto Heaven realm experts. They had seen too many young geniuses, but when those people were compared to Ling Xiao, they were practically ordinary people. Not only was Ling Xiao's martial soul transformation, but he also seemed to have an endless amount of trump cards. A wisp of surprise flashed through Hong Li's eyes. Ling Xiao's performance had piqued her interest. However, judging from Ling Xiao's current performance, it was not enough for her to take him seriously. Even if she was interested in him, how long he would last would depend on his performance. It was still unknown whether he was qualified to be her seasoning before she challenged the 6 princes of the Holy Dynasty. The Holy Sun, Hai Myung-ko, regained her composure after a moment of surprise. The strength Ling Xiao had shown so far was not enough to pose any threat to her. If she hadn't had a verbal conflict with Ling Xiao in the Weihua school, she wouldn't have taken him seriously. Army Breaker, that trash, lost to a nobody. How embarrassing. The Bloodblade sect's Qin Bishue didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. In his eyes, it wasn't that Ling Xiao was too strong, but that Army Breaker was too useless. Mo Wushang activated his demon eye again to observe Ling Xiao. A moment later, he said coldly, his strength isn't bad. It shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 20. But if he wants to enter the top 10, then he's dreaming. It's even more impossible for him to become one of the 6 princes. Feng Yaorao, who was standing to the side, smiled sweetly. Mo Wushang, you're taking your demon eye too seriously. Underestimating Ling Xiao will only make you suffer. She had seen Ling Xiao in action with her own eyes. That scene was still deeply engraved in her mind and could not be erased. If possible, she really didn't want to fight with Ling Xiao. Although Mo Wushang's demon eye was terrifying, it was still just an inheritance. It wasn't an invincible existence. How could it see through a person? On the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Army Breaker and said, "You're very smart." Then, he turned around and walked down the stage. If Army Breaker had dared to fight, then he wouldn't have to continue participating in the next round. There wouldn't be any more chances. Army Breaker felt sad in his heart. Only by standing on the stage could he truly feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The spectators couldn't understand. Ling Xiao's strength wasn't limited to one point. He was strong as a whole. He was an existence that was close to perfection. Martial skills, cultivation power, judgment, martial spirit, sword intent. Everything was far superior to him. Moreover, he could feel that Ling Xiao's strength was far from this. There should be something else that he hadn't used yet. Army Breaker also walked down the stage. Enduring the anger of the Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor, he sat down and began to reflect on the battle earlier. Trash, do you still have the qualifications to continue sitting here? The Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor was furious. Why don't I have the qualifications? Because I lost to Ling Xiao. What a joke. Are your eyes used to vent your anger? He's as strong as the Holy Sun. What's wrong with losing to him? Army Breaker didn't feel discouraged because he finally understood how strong Ling Xiao was. Trash is trash. Why are you still looking for excuses? The temporary supervisor roared in anger. However, Army Breaker ignored him. A mere heaven realm temporary supervisor didn't dare to do anything to him. His master was much stronger than this guy. I didn't expect the demon eye to make a mistake. We've overestimated Mo Wushang. In the same group, Liang Xiao said to Feng Renjia, "That's right. The demon eye doesn't seem to be that scary. However, this Ling Xiao actually defeated Army Breaker. I'm afraid the two of us aren't his opponent." Feng Renjia frowned. "Then let's use the soul fusion technique." Liang Xiao suddenly said, "Soul fusion technique." Feng Renjia said in surprise, "The soul fusion technique is the fusion of two martial artists' martial spirits into one. This is a secret technique. After using it, one of the martial artists will temporarily lose his martial spirit and all of his strength, becoming an ordinary person, while the other will become incomparably powerful." "That's right. The Holy Sun said that we'll create some trouble for Ling Xiao. It's up to you now." Liang Xiao nodded and said, "You should go. Regardless of cultivation technique or battle experience, you're more experienced than me. I'll just forfeit." Feng Renjia shook his head and said, "Fine. With the two of us combined, even the top 10 cultivators would have to be wary of us, not to mention Ling Xiao. I'll definitely defeat him." Liang Xiao nodded and said. Subsequently, the two of them walked to a secluded place and began the soul fusion technique. The competition continued. After a while, Liang Xiao and Feng Renjia appeared on the stage. Feng Renjia announced his forfeit on the spot, causing the audience to be confused. Chapter 791. Feng Renjia and Liang Xiao's situation didn't escape Ling Xiao's eyes. Feng Renjia's and Liang Xiao's martial souls had merged. Liang Xiao's aura was several times stronger than Army Breaker's. She definitely had the right to challenge the top 10. This wasn't against the rules, as the rules didn't prohibit the use of such a secret technique. Liang Xiao went up and faced Yuan. Logically speaking, their battle should be evenly matched and should be very interesting to watch. But in reality, Liang Xiao defeated Di, won with a single palm. Sigh, this has become an internal battle of the Heavenly King sect. The number of talented disciples in the Heavenly King sect is terrifying. Among the other sects, other than the Aquamarine Sacred Palace and the Abstruse Fire sect, who have 17 to 18 people in the second round, the rest only have 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 people. But the Heavenly King sect has taken up almost half the number of people. Having more people isn't scary. What's scary is having more people and experts. So far, the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Dao Wuming are all undefeated. Yeah, the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang. I'm afraid no one can stop them. Maybe the Qin Bishua from the Crimson Blade sect can give it a try. Hong Li from the Aquamarine Sacred Palace isn't weak either. Yeah, it seems like the battle for first place this time will be between the 4 of them. What a joke. Have you forgotten about Long Chen? Even Dai Yaoling from the Spiritual Medicine Villa lost to him. Do you dare to underestimate him? Although everyone felt that Liang Xiao's performance was shocking, Ling Xiao's performance was even more shocking. So they were no longer talking about Liang Xiao, but the overall strength of the Heavenly King sect. Everyone had their own opinions about the battle for first place. But until now, no one saw Ling Xiao as a strong contender for the top 10. They even felt that he wasn't as good as Long Chen. Brother Ling, these people are blind. Don't mind them. Long Chen stood beside Ling Xiao. He had just defeated Dai Yaoling from the Spiritual Medicine Villa and took the time to come over. Haha, how can that be? From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't take those people's comments seriously. He only had one target now, Han Myung KO. As for the others, he didn't care at all. Lan Yuer sighed with emotion. It's true that there are talented people in every generation. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. Back in the true devil-forbidden land, those who were ranked in the top 100 were so high-spirited, but now they were either killed or eliminated. Only a few of them managed to enter the top 100. That's right. The competition is too fierce. The new generation replaces the old. If those people hadn't been eliminated, there wouldn't have been Rain's spirit, Long Hao, Senior Sister Lan, Long Chun, and newcomers like me. Ling Xiao also smiled and said, "Currently, the 3 sects of the South have completely declined. Not a single person has entered the top 100. On the other hand, the sects of the East are even more prosperous than before. Although that coward Jian Wuji has joined the Sky Dragon Institute, our Yuehua school is rising rapidly. In addition to Long Chen and Ing Wuya, we have a total of 6 people who have entered the top 100. This is a very rare thing." "All right, it's my turn now." Lan Yuer was in high spirits. The more she fought, the braver she became. During the battle, her comprehension of the lunar scripture became more and more skillful. Ling Xiao believed that if Lan Yuer was given more time, she would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. But now, entering the top 20 shouldn't be a big problem. All she needed was some guidance. It might be difficult to enter the top 10, but he might be able to help. "Senior Sister Lan, wait a moment." Ling Xiao pointed his finger at Lan Yuer's forehead and injected his soul force into her. He pointed out the weaknesses that Lan Yuer had exposed in the previous battle and also suggested a way to modify them. In a short time, this was all Ling Xiao could do. "Thank you, junior brother." Lan Yuer's face revealed a surprised and joyful expression. She knew that there was a flaw in her understanding of the lunar scripture, but she wasn't particularly clear about where it was. But now she understood. In the next battle, Lan Yuer didn't let the battle end quickly. Instead, she tried to modify the weaknesses that Ling Xiao pointed out. She completely transformed these things into her own. After nearly 200 moves, she smiled and knocked her opponent out of the stage with a palm strike, easily winning. At this time, she was obviously stronger than before. She wasn't the only one who could feel it. The people who were fighting her could also clearly feel it. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He then retracted his gaze and focused on his group's battle. As for Leng Hao and Dai Yuling, they could only resign themselves to fate. The gap in strength made their chances of entering the top 50 very low. No matter how much Ling Xiao helped them, it wouldn't be of much help. They could only rely on themselves. The battle continued. Ling Xiao's opponents learned their lesson and admitted defeat one after another, until he met Liang Xiao. During this period, Liang Xiao had been winning continuously. Not only that, but he also defeated Di Wan, Feng Mo Ting, Lu Lan, and Army Breaker. His momentum was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Therefore, when facing Ling Xiao, it was absolutely impossible for him to admit defeat. The battle hadn't started yet, but everyone could feel that it was going to be a very exciting battle. Therefore, everyone was a little excited. They didn't care what happened to Liang Xiao at all. What they were concerned about now was who would win and who would lose in the battle between the two. Both of them had an unstoppable winning streak, but they were lucky that they didn't meet Mo Wushang or the Holy Sun, Hai Miang Ko. Only insiders knew that all of this was deliberately arranged. Some people didn't want Ling Xiao to meet the Holy Sun and Mo Wushang too early. They wanted to use Liang Xiao to test Ling Xiao's true strength. On the battle stage, Liang Xiao displayed his fused martial soul. Not only did it temporarily give him all of Feng Renjia's skills, but it also gave him a special ability, levitation. This wasn't flying, but levitation for a long time. It allowed him to deal with enemies in midair. There was a formation set up on the battle stage, but the height limit was 30 meters. For Liang Xiao, levitation was very easy. Although he had obtained Feng Renjia's skills, his strength was much stronger than before, and he could easily defeat Army Breaker. But facing Ling Xiao, he still didn't dare to underestimate him. Stepping on a strange airflow, Liang Xiao looked down at Ling Xiao from above. In his view, after increasing the distance, Ling Xiao's moves would be easier to block. Levitation was a huge advantage in itself. Moreover, his levitation technique combined with his movement technique made his speed very fast. Even if Ling Xiao suddenly shot an arrow, he could dodge it at such a distance. A distance of 30 meters was the basis of his chances of winning. Ling Xiao shouldn't be able to do anything now. I didn't expect Liang Xiao to be able to fly. Although it's not true flight, it's definitely enough on this small battle stage. The audience's eyes lit up. Chapter 792. The audience was looking forward to what kind of method Ling Xiao would use to solve this problem. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao could also fly, and it was true flight. Although facing Liang Xiao, he didn't need to use the golden light dragon wings. Ling Xiao wanted to use the method that Liang Xiao was best at to defeat him. This way, it would be more advantageous to defeat the Heavenly King Sect and Sky Dragon Academy. In any case, the conflict between him and the Heavenly King Sect and Sky Dragon Academy was already very deep. If he could increase the intensity of the attack, he definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted. Sky Feather Storm. Liang Xiao didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking, and he didn't need to know. After fusing with Feng Renjia's power, he could finally easily use his killing move. As the hazy martial soul behind him flickered, white light actually filled the sky. One by one, the feathers turned into sharp blades and shot toward Ling Xiao. Each feather could easily break the defense of a half-step Empyrean. Even a heaven-vain martial artist had to be cautious when facing these feathers. However, the sky was filled with white feathers. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. It really seemed like a terrifying storm was sweeping over. Boom! Suddenly, black and gold flames emerged from Ling Xiao's body. A surge of raging flames rushed toward the feathers that filled the sky. The storm formed by the feathers actually instantly turned into a flaming storm. However, the target of this flaming storm also became Liang Xiao. What? Liang Xiao turned pale with fright and hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge. Boom! The violent flaming storm collided with the protective wall of the array, giving off a black and gold light. The entire battle stage shook. Cold sweat already seeped out of Liang Xiao's forehead. What the hell was this? What was Ling Xiao's martial soul? How could it release such terrifying flames? In that instant, he simply felt like he was going to be burned to ashes. I don't believe that I can't defeat you. Wings of Extinction. Compared to the Sky Feather Storm, the Wings of Extinction was even more terrifying. Those countless feathers condensed into a pair of huge wings of death. Then, wrapped in a terrifying energy storm, it slapped toward Ling Xiao. The aura of destroying heaven and earth. An outburst of indomitable will. If Ling Xiao showed the slightest flaw or was distracted by Liang Xiao's attack, he would be severely injured. How is Ling Xiao going to block it? Can he block it? Countless people voiced their doubts. Ling Xiao just smiled and used his actions to tell them the answer. It was a beam of golden light that broke through the sky. It pierced through the wings of death and arrived in front of Liang Xiao in an instant. Do you think you're the only one who can fly? A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he kicked Liang Xiao in the chest. This kick was infused with the thunder and lightning celestial phenomena. It directly broke through Liang Xiao's protective Zhenyuan. Liang Xiao did not have the slightest ability to resist and fell to the ground like a meteorite. What's going on? This kick seemed to be supported by the concepts of thunder and lightning. And what was that behind his back? Since when can transcendence fly? Many people in the stands stood up excitedly, especially on the side of the Heavenly King sect. Many elders stood up and exclaimed. From the beginning of the battle, Ling Xiao would show something new every time he encountered a strong opponent. Secret soul technique, chi sword, flight, thunder, and lightning concept. It was as if he was showing off his terrifying strength every time. That's not the thunder and lightning concept. Sikong Zun shook his head and said, concept is different from will, but they are both very difficult to master. What he has mastered should only be a part of the power of thunder and lightning. He is far from mastering the thunder and lightning concept. You should know that even Grotto Heaven realm cultivators have not been able to comprehend the concept. Even so, his power is not inferior to the thunder and lightning concept in terms of destructive power. It should be a special cultivation technique. And he can actually fly? This kid must have had a fortuitous encounter. Humph, what a smug guy. Let's see how he can win after he uses all his trump cards. Sikong Xian snorted coldly. Whether you like him or not, he is a real monster. No wonder even Ming Kong is afraid of him. I thought it was groundless fear, but now it seems that it is not the case. Holy Emperor looked at Ling Xiao and narrowed his eyes. Ling Xiao's victory over Liang Xiao did not surprise the two referees of Group 5. However, the process of this battle once again gave them a huge shock. They really wanted to know how long Ling Xiao's winning streak would last, and what would happen when he encountered Mo Wushang or the Holy Sun. This is so exciting. I want to see Ling Xiao fight now. This guy gives us new expectations every time he fights. That's right. This guy is amazing. I feel like every battle has become a stage for him to show off. Not only that, I'm afraid his identity is also what we are looking forward to. After all, the feeling of a nameless person defeating a famous expert is really exciting for us spectators. When the crowd heard this, they agreed with it. Among all the contestants, Yuehua School was the most insignificant, and Ling Xiao was not even worth mentioning. Even Long Chen was more famous than him. After all, when Long Chen arrived at the Holy City, he gave countless geniuses a show of strength and made everyone remember his name. The rise of an insignificant person often attracted the attention of others, and Ling Xiao was such a case. In addition, he had many tricks up his sleeves, so naturally, many people were looking forward to his performance. Liang Xiao got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was extremely pale. There was a bitter smile on his face. He had obtained all of Feng Renjia's skills and the help of Feng Renjia's martial soul. In the end, the two of them still lost to Ling Xiao in the soul combination technique. I'm sorry, brother. I lost. He looked at Feng Renjia, who was walking over, and sighed. It's not your fault. He is too strong. We are all a little worried about him. Feng Renjia shook his head. They thought that they would be able to defeat Ling Xiao by working together, but reality told them that Ling Xiao was definitely more powerful than they thought. Ling Xiao retracted his golden dragon wings and returned to his seat, waiting for the end of this round of competition. His points were enough to advance to the next round, so it was impossible for him to meet the Holy Sun or Mo Wushang in the second round. Well, he did not want to meet those two so early. It would be more interesting to leave the main event for the last. In these battles, the reason why he displayed a different fighting style each time was not to show off, but to adapt to his current cultivation level. It was worth noting that he was now a celestial realm expert. Those moves he used in the past had to be repracticed in actual combat and modified. Otherwise, problems could happen in a life-and-death battle. Chapter 793. Ling Zhao's 9 meridians aura sword had mutated due to the birth of the heavenly veins, becoming the heavenly veins aura sword. Although there wasn't much difference in the way it was performed, its lethality had increased by a lot. Not only that, but the heavenly veins aura sword also made it easier to communicate with the heavenly Yuan Qi and perform even more terrifying moves. The problem was that up until now, there hadn't been an opponent that could force him to use this move. Almost all of his battles ended with ordinary attacks. The increase in power brought to him by the first stage of the Sky Realm was really terrifying. The second round of the competition ended in a cruel competition. Ling Xiao didn't care about the others, but there were also people from the Yuehua school who were eliminated. Lung Hao felt very sullen, but there was nothing he could do. After all, his strength was limited, and in the end, he didn't become one of the 50 Earth Spirits. Dai Yuling, on the other hand, was lucky. She was the last in her group to advance. This was probably his limit. Lan Yu, and Long Chen advanced easily. Ling Xiao naturally didn't need to be mentioned, but Ing Wuya from the Beast King Palace was more miserable. Although he advanced, his situation was similar to Dai Yuling's. This was probably his limit. The 50 Earth Spirits' strength was even closer, and the chances of encountering the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty had also increased. After resting for a full 2 hours, the competition resumed. This time, the 50 Earth Spirits were divided into 2 groups, and the top 10 in each group advanced to the Heaven's Pride rankings. This time, the groups were divided according to the previous results, so the strength of the 2 groups was basically the same. Ling Xiao and the Holy Sun weren't in the same group, but he was in the same group as Mo Wushang. There were too many people in this group that were worth paying attention to, and Ling Xiao wasn't interested in screening them one by one. However, there was one person in the group who glared at Ling Xiao, full of killing intent. This person was none other than Jian Wuji, ranked 6th among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. He was originally the chief core disciple of the Sword King sect. Now, he was a core disciple of the Sky Dragon Institute. As soon as the 3rd round of the competition began, Jian Wuji showed his amazing strength and defeated Lan Yu with ease. He was in the limelight for a while. When this guy was fighting with Lan Yu, it was clear that he was deliberately ruthless in an attempt to make Lan Yu unable to continue fighting. Fortunately, Lan Yu was no longer the same as before. Even if she faced Jian Wuji, she could guarantee that she could escape unscathed. It wasn't bad that he had lost, but it wasn't an ugly defeat, and he wasn't injured either. However, Jian Wuji defeating Lan Yu in 10 moves still caused a sensation. Sure enough, when it comes to strength, it all depends on the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Those geniuses from before were no match for the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In the following battles, Jian Wuji seemed to want to prove his strength. Facing opponents who were not weak, he defeated all of them in 1 move. His opponents did not even have the time to say the word surrender. He wanted to give Ling Xiao a huge pressure and let Ling Xiao know that no matter how he jumped, he would never be able to compete with him. Ling Xiao also completed his battle smoothly, although he didn't take Jian Wuji seriously. However, Jian Wuji's vicious attack on Lan Yu made him very uncomfortable. Since this guy wanted to be the first young master to lose, Ling Xiao would fulfill his wish. The other group's battle was also very exciting. After defeating Dai Yaoling in the 2nd round, Long Chen defeated Li Xiefeng after a bitter fight. Li Xiefeng was very strong, and Long Chen fought very hard. However, with the terrifying defensive power of the dragon race, Long Chen's skill was a notch higher, and he obtained another precious victory. This guy's formidable defensive power gave the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty a headache. They were thinking about how to deal with him. After that, the battles between the two groups became more and more exciting, with each battle becoming more and more exciting. In the first group, Liang Xiao, who defeated Army Breaker by using soul fusion technique, lost again. However, he did not lose unjustly because his opponent was Qin Bishue of the Bloodblade sect. That crazy swordsman only used one move to send Liang Xiao out of the stage. When he unsheathed his blood blade, the entire stage seemed to have fallen into a terrifying blood pool purgatory. Liang Xiao could not even move, let alone use levitation technique. Dai Yaoling also suffered her second defeat. She lost to the third young master of the Sacred Dynasty by Qian Jiao. The first group had 3 young masters, Hai Miang-keo by Qian Jiao and Hong Samadhi. The second group also had 3 young masters, Mo Wushang, Lu Tain, and Jian Wuji. So far, each young master has maintained a winning streak. In addition to their strength, there were also people who deliberately made arrangements to prevent the 6 young masters from meeting each other too early. When Bai Qianjiao defeated Dai Yaoling, Mo Wushang also defeated Dao Wuming. They were both disciples of the Heavenly King sect, but Mo Wushang did not show any mercy. Therefore, Dao Wuming lost without a fight. In that instant, Mo Wushang's demonic eye flashed. Dao Wuming howled and fell to the ground, no longer able to fight. In the second group, Lu Tain's opponent was the 13th young master of the previous martial arts festival. However, against Lu Tain, he was defeated in one move. The difference was too great. Lu Tain's terrifying Yin fire made his opponent feel as if he had fallen into hell. Hong Samadhi's opponent was the 12th young master of the previous martial arts festival. Her martial soul was one of the 12 sacred fires, the true Samadhi fire. This woman's attacks were extremely domineering. Her opponent's weapon and arm were completely melted by her flames. These battles were simply brilliant beyond compare. The spectators were also shouting and wrangling as they watched. In the first and second round, many warriors would admit defeat when they met the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. However, they would not do so now. This was because once they admitted defeat, they would be eliminated. Moreover, at the 50th Earth Spirit stage, every warrior had a strong will to fight. Admitting defeat was not something they would do easily. Second group, Jian Wuji against Ling Xiao. After a round of battle, the 2 fated people stood on the stage. As the referee's voice fell, the audience was suddenly filled with a fiery aura. The rules of the 50th to 20 were different from before. Everyone had to fight with others and advance according to the number of wins. If the number of wins was the same, it would depend on who lost less. After all, there were special situations like draws. If it was still the same, then the warriors with the same number of wins could only fight. However, this kind of situation was usually rare. In short, since Ling Xiao was in the same group as Jian Wuji, it was only a matter of time before he met Jian Wuji. Is Ling Xiao, the dark horse, stronger, or is Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty, stronger? This battle will reveal the result. Yes, I'm really excited. Up until now, the 6 young masters have not lost. Will Ling Xiao be the first to defeat the 6 young masters? Chapter 794. In any case, we'll know when we watch. Both of them have maintained their winning streaks up until now. If this battle ends in a draw, both of their winning streaks will be broken. If one side wins, then the other side's record will be broken. Jian Wuji has a higher chance of winning. He's still too strong. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao might still have some moves that he hasn't used yet. The audience was always the most excited group of people. No matter how calm the cultivators on the stage were, the audience would still feel excited. It was as if the one standing on the stage was not someone else, but them. On the Sky Dragon Institute side, the person in charge coldly looked at Army Breaker and said, "You trash, take a good look at how Jian Wuji defeats that Ling Xiao." "I don't think so." Army Breaker had fought with Jian Wuji before and naturally lost. However, the pressure that Jian Wuji gave him was far less than Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that Jian Wuji could defeat Ling Xiao. Jian Wuji slowly pulled out his sword and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. "I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Originally, I thought that you were just an insignificant character, so I didn't fight with you in the Sword King sect. Now, I'll let you understand that no matter how much a trash jumps around, he will never surpass a genius." Ling Xiao yawned and smiled. "That day in the Sword King sect, you escaped a calamity and avoided a battle with me. Today, you will become the first young master to be defeated. All your glory will become my stepping stone." Shameless boasting. Do you know that my cultivation realm has reached the breakthrough stage of Heaven Vein realm? My heavenly essence energy has reached 90%, and my sword intent has reached 50%. What do you have to compete with me? Jian Wuji was unmoved by Ling Xiao's words. Heavenly essence energy above 90%, and he has reached the breakthrough stage of Heaven Vein realm. He has even cultivated his sword intent to 50%. This Jian Wuji's strength is completely different from the previous generation. He can compete with the Holy Sun. Terrifying, as expected, of one of the Holy Dynasty's 6 young masters. If it's like this, how can Ling Xiao be his opponent? Jian Wuji has been hiding his strength all this time. For transcendent realm cultivators, the more heavenly essence energy they had, the stronger their strength would be. However, it was too difficult to condense heaven essence energy. Most people who could condense 10% of heaven essence energy in the Heaven Pulse martial artist realm would find it extremely difficult. Jian Wuji had actually condensed 90% of his heaven's yuan qi among transcendent realm cultivators. This was simply a crushing existence. Even if he encountered an ordinary heaven realm cultivator, he would still be able to put up a fight. 90% heaven elemental energy. This Jian Wuji has hidden his strength well. Qin Bishue of the Bloodblade sect sneered. He originally thought that he was the only one who had condensed more than 90% of his heavenly essence energy and was preparing to use it to defeat the Holy Dynasty's 6 young masters. He didn't expect Jian Wuji to have reached this level. It seems that none of the Holy Dynasty's 6 young masters are easy to bully. Mo Wushang looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Against Jian Wuji, if he were to admit defeat, he would be able to keep his face, and might even be able to continue fighting. However, it seems like he has no intention of admitting defeat." How foolish! Is that person Ling Xiao? Bai Qianjiao gently lifted the hair on her forehead and looked at it carefully for a while before smiling. Mo Wushang, you seem to be blinded by hatred. He should be the one who killed Ye Qian Shui. Others may not know, but I do. Ye Qian Shui is your exclusive property. Everything about him was taught by you. This person killed Ye Qian Shui, and you hate him to the bone, so your judgment is impaired. What do you mean? Do you think he can beat Jian Wuji? Mo Wushang frowned, having his thoughts exposed. Mo Wushang was a little angry, but what Bai Qianjiao said was the truth, so he couldn't refute it. I don't know. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and said, "After all, I still don't know Ling Xiao's specific strength, so it's too early to say who will win or lose." "Humph, I think he will lose." Mo Wushang's eyes flickered, full of hatred. On the other side, Feng Yarao smiled at Holy Sun and said, "Aren't you going to stop Jian Wuji? Once Ling Xiao loses, your battle with him will be meaningless." "Humph, if even Jian Wuji can't win, He doesn't have the qualifications to fight with me. Among all of you, only Mo Wushang can pose a threat to me. When the time comes, I will remind Mo Wushang to admit defeat." Holy Sun snorted and looked at the battle stage of Group 2. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Jian Wuji indifferently and said, "What you said is meaningless. After the battle, we will know who's stronger and who's weaker. Moreover, cultivation doesn't equate to strength. To have that level of cultivation, you still need to know how to use it. Humph, I can crush you with just my heavenly yuan qi. Do I need to know how to use it?" Jian Wuji snorted. How could he accept Ling Xiao's judgment? Whoosh! He brandished his sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao. Under the influence of his heavenly yuan qi, the astonishing sword intent became extremely bright. Behind him, the shadow of a Sword King appeared. Not bad, not bad. The Sword King scripture actually allowed you to cultivate to the 7th level. It's not wrong to say that you are a genius. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "No wonder Senior Sister Lan can't beat you. Her lunar scripture is still too weak. Cut the crap and draw your sword. Don't look for excuses when you lose." Jian Wuji didn't rush to attack, but shouted at Ling Xiao, "I don't need to draw my sword to deal with you. Although you are strong, you have missed the best opportunity to defeat me." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Come, I hope your hard work won't disappoint me." As a Celestial Realm martial artist, even if he didn't use the battle strength of a Celestial Realm martial artist, he still had the eyesight and strength of a Celestial Realm martial artist. He didn't put Jian Wuji in his eyes, not because he was arrogant, but because it was the truth. That Ling Xiao is a little too arrogant. His opponent is Jian Wuji, and he is so arrogant. Yeah, he didn't draw his sword. Isn't he just looking for a loss? He must be looking for an excuse to lose. Anyway, whether he draws his sword or not, the end result will be the same. The Heavenly King sect's disciples criticized Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ling Xiao's image in the eyes of the Heavenly Kings was terrible. Other than a few disciples, there was probably no one who liked him. "You're courting death." Jian Wuji was furious. He was one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? His opponent didn't even want to draw his sword. Since that was the case, he would end the battle with a single strike. Sword King scripture, soaring sword qi. On the sword, heavenly elemental energy was condensed to the extreme. Jian Wuji suddenly drew his sword. A bright sword qi pierced through the air. It was so fast that it crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant and appeared in front of Ling Xiao's heart. Chapter 795. Boom. Jian Wuji's sword was extremely ruthless, like a flood dragon coming out of its cave, or like lava breaking through the sky, vowing to pierce through Ling Xiao's heart. Ha! Ling Xiao did not make a move, but only opened his mouth and roared. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying sword qi completely collapsed, turning into fragments of light, unable to even pierce through Ling Xiao's heaven elemental shield. However, the power of Ling Xiao's dragon roar art had not dissipated, and still rushed towards Jian Wuji. Immortal guides the way. Jian Wuji's sword did not work, so he was naturally surprised. Facing the incoming attack, his body blankly retreated, and then he slashed backwards with his sword. This sword attack was launched in the process of turning back. Not only was it powerful, but it was also very sudden. The terrifying sword qi was only a few millimeters away from Ling Xiao. In the eyes of the onlookers, Ling Xiao could not resist this sword attack. Besides being injured and defeated, there seemed to be no other outcome. Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusion Array. At that moment, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, and the whole martial arts stage seemed to have fallen into an illusion, and the whole space seemed to be distorted. Pung! Ling Zhao's disappeared figure reappeared, but this time he slapped at Jian Wuji's chest. However, Jian Wuji was not to be trifled with. He instantly condensed a sword body, and his defensive power suddenly increased several times. His whole body was like a sword without an edge. After receiving Ling Zhao's attack, Jian Wuji took the opportunity to stab at Ling Zhao's throat. This was no longer a duel on the martial arts stage, but a battle of life and death. Ling Zhao's performance was even more astonishing. His right hand flashed with a dark golden light, and with just 2 fingers, he caught Jian Wuji's sword, stopping this attack. Sword shadow mystifying track art. Jian Wuji's countermeasure was not weak. As one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, it was impossible for him to not have some ability. Not to mention, he had also inherited the Sword King's Sutra. This holy codex was a collection of movement techniques, inner strength, martial arts, defensive cultivation methods, and many other martial arts. Among them, the sword shadow mystifying track technique was a profound movement technique. Like a shadow following the body, as sharp as a sword. This set of movement techniques, combined with sword techniques, allowed him to attack and defend at will. It was simply extremely powerful. If it were any other opponent, Jian Wuji would have been defeated in an instant. When he was dealing with Lan Yu, Jian Wuji didn't even bother to use this agility technique. He originally intended to use this agility technique to deal with Han Miang KO. However, he had no choice but to deal with Ling Zhao first. Using his movement skill, Jian Wuji easily got rid of Ling Zhao's shackles. Jian Wuji's figure turned into a series of afterimages that could not be seen with the naked eye. No, my eyes can't keep up with him. Is this Jian Wuji's real strength? When he was dealing with Lan Yu, he didn't even use his real strength. He's too powerful. He can make such a reaction in such a short time. He deserves to be one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. But that Ling Zhao is also very powerful. Until now, he still hasn't used any martial techniques. Does he really intend to defeat Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, with ordinary attacks? It's hard to say. Those who were cursing Ling Zhao for overestimating himself and being extremely arrogant were now a little confused. Jian Wuji's performance was indeed eye-catching, but he couldn't defeat Ling Zhao. This was enough to show how terrifying Ling Zhao was. Go to hell. The future belongs to me, not you. Suddenly, Jian Wuji's figure, which was moving at high speed, suddenly approached Ling Zhao. At that moment, his explosive power had reached its peak. His whole body and the sword in his hand were almost integrated into one. Sword King Scripture's strongest skill, Sword King's wrath. It was as if the Sword King was really angry. The terrifying sword chi cut the surrounding onlookers, making their faces hurt and their hearts cold. Is this your strongest skill? I'm so disappointed. Ling Zhao stood there, without any intention to move. So far, he didn't even use 10% of his strength. The reason why he let Jian Wuji be so active was because he wanted to learn from him. As the saying goes, there is always someone to learn from. Ling Zhao didn't look down on people who were weaker than him because he felt that everyone had some advantages that were worth learning from. Jian Wuji was no exception. Now that he had learned everything he needed to learn, Jian Wuji didn't need to stay any longer. It had to be said that Jian Wuji was really strong. Being able to defeat Lan Yu proved this point. If it was anyone who wasn't a match for the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, Jian Wuji would have the upper hand and even won the competition. It was a pity that he met Ling Zhao. The gap between their cultivation and skills couldn't be made up. From the beginning, he was doomed to a tragedy. He still didn't use his sword, but Ling Zhao planned to give Jian Wuji a glorious ending. He slowly gathered his heavenly yuan qi, and a huge hell dragon sword condensed in his hand. He tried his best to suppress his heavenly yuan qi, only using 10% of his heavenly yuan qi, and then combined it with the terrifying destruction sword intent. Heavenly pulse qi sword, hell dragon sword. Facing this attack, Jian Wuji's face suddenly changed. Fear was completely exposed on his face. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao didn't use his sword not because he looked down on him, but because he was too weak. The gap between him and Ling Xiao was like heaven and earth. By the time he tried to react and block the sword, he couldn't do anything. Ling Xiao's hell dragon sword was like a roaring flood, and he was just a small baby in the flood. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the terrifying impact. Boom! It didn't look like a sword at all. It was too big, almost occupying the entire width of the stage. And I still didn't control it well. Ling Xiao frowned. The power output was a little too much. In fact, it wasn't necessary. It seems that my control of heavenly yuan qi is still not enough. I'm not as skilled as my true qi. Just as he was sighing, a figure flew out of the stage. Bright red blood dyed the stage red. It was very eye-catching. Half of Jian Wuji's body was almost cut off. This was the result of him using all his strength to block. Of course, he wouldn't die. When one's cultivation reached the heavenly pulse realm, as long as their brain and heart weren't destroyed, they would be able to survive. It was just that he would have to be transformed into a half puppet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move at all. He would only be a cripple. What was going on? Why was he so strong? Jian Wuji's eyes didn't reveal anger, but despair. He was completely disheartened and had nothing left to live for. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. I only wanted to take one of your arms. Who knew that I would destroy your lower body? Ling Xiao wasn't being sarcastic. It was a genuine apology. There was no deep hatred between him and Jian Wuji. After all, he had already avenged his brothers. After such a long time, he didn't hate Jian Wuji as much. Chapter 796. Even when Jian Wuji tried to injure Lan Yu, Ling Xiao only wanted to take one of Jian Wuji's arms as revenge. However, he used too much strength and ended up in this situation. In the rules of the martial arts festival, there was only a rule about not killing the opponent, but not seriously injuring the opponent. Therefore, what he did was not against the rules. Why? Why? How can I not even block one sword strike from this trash? How can he be so strong? Jian Wuji didn't seem to be listening to Ling Xiao's words. He was now full of confusion. He didn't understand. He really couldn't understand. In the past, Ling Xiao was just a nobody in front of him that he could kill at any time. During the martial arts competition of the three sects, he didn't even bother to fight with Ling Xiao. But now, he couldn't even block one sword strike from him. This huge contrast made him feel extremely painful in his heart. It was even more terrible than the pain in his body. He finally understood why the Holy Sun was so afraid of Ling Xiao. This person must not be allowed to live. When you thought he was insignificant and not worth mentioning, you didn't kill him. But it won't be long before you realize that you've suddenly become that pitiful ant. You weren't serious at all in the previous battles. Jian Wuji roared. You can say that. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, there was no need to lie. There were many people like him who had preserved their strength. Basically, the warriors who had the possibility of entering the top 10 would preserve their strength. It was just a matter of how much strength they preserved. He knew Jian Wuji's mood at this moment. It was really a kind of despair and fear. To be honest, he was extremely disdainful of this kind of mood. If he was Jian Wuji, as long as he was alive, there was still a chance for revenge. He would never give up. This was the difference between people's personalities. The referees of Group 2 were collectively dumbfounded. The head judge was also dumbfounded. They had some expectations for Ling Xiao. After all, he was a dark horse. As a referee, he liked it when a dark horse came to disturb the game. Otherwise, the game would be too boring. However, in their opinion, Ling Xiao should have no problem becoming one of the top 20 geniuses. If he wanted to enter the top 10, it would be more difficult. It was basically impossible for him to go any higher. They didn't think that Ling Xiao was qualified to compete with the top 10 young giants, let alone kill Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. They even wondered if they were hallucinating. Could it be that some terrifying evil sect expert had purposely created this situation? The referee of the original group, 10, sucked in a breath of cold air and said to the referee of the original group, 1, I misjudged him. I completely misjudged him. How can this kid be so strong? That's right. Defeating one of the 6 young masters, Jian Wuji, with a single sword strike. I'm afraid only a few of the 6 young masters are capable of such a feat. Head judge, do you think this is his full strength? Perhaps he felt that his eyesight was too poor, so he looked at the head judge and asked, maybe he's still hiding his strength. After all, he didn't use his sword until he defeated Jian Wuji. The head judge was an Yinyang realm expert, after all. Although he couldn't completely see through Ling Xiao, he felt that Ling Xiao still had a trump card. That's impossible. If he still has a trump card, then wouldn't he be able to compete with the strongest 2 of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty? Why not? You've underestimated him from the beginning. Since the first battle, he has been creating miracles. In every battle, he reveals a little bit of his strength, but he always hides it. Who can guarantee that he won't hide it this time? The head judge said with a smile, our sacred dynasty is blessed to have such a strange genius. It seems to be true. The following matches are going to be interesting. There are still 2 of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty in the second group, Mo Wushang and Lu Tayin. I wonder if he will defeat them all. The referees had an inexplicable sense of expectation for Ling Xiao. Even the referees were so surprised, let alone the ordinary onlookers. None of the cultivators present who were paying attention to this battle were not surprised. None of them were not absent-minded. Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty, couldn't even withstand one move from Ling Xiao. This was beyond everyone's imagination. If it was Mo Wushang, Lu Tayin, or even Qin Bixue who defeated Jian Wuji, they wouldn't be too surprised. After all, Mo Wushang and Lu Tayin were both 6 young masters. And Qin Bixue was one of the strongest of the new generation. But Ling Xiao was nothing. He was just a newcomer in the martial arts festival and a disciple of the Yuehua school, the weakest of the 12 sects. His previous performance was even worse than Long Chun of the Divine Sword sect. But such a newcomer defeated Jian Wuji so easily. How could they not be surprised? How could they not lose their minds? In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao's consecutive victories were nothing. After all, his opponents weren't that strong. Ling Xiao easily forced Army Breaker to admit defeat was still acceptable. Even if he had defeated Liang Xiao after using the soul combination technique, it was still within an acceptable range. But this time, no matter what, it was unacceptable. Who was Ling Xiao's opponent? He was one of the 6 most outstanding young people in the entire Sky Dragon continent, and he was defeated with one move. Damn, I bet Ling Xiao is definitely qualified to compete for the position of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Damn, aren't you talking nonsense? He already defeated Jian Wuji. Who dares to say that he's not qualified to compete for the position of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty? That person must have a hole in his head. This guy is really low-key. I didn't see him that strong before, but this battle has completely shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. He has completely erupted. This is called pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. What the hell? He hit so deeply. When I heard that this kid wanted to challenge the Holy Sun, I treated it as a joke. But now, it seems like it might not be a joke. That's right. After this battle, no one will look down on this kid anymore. On the side of the stage, Army Breaker revealed an expression of admiration. In fact, from the moment he lost to Ling Xiao, he already understood that Ling Xiao was much stronger than him. It was a pity that no matter what he said, no one believed him. They felt that he was looking for an excuse to justify his defeat. But now, Ling Xiao defeated Jian Wuji. This ironclad fact had proven his inference. He turned around and looked at the Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor. He sneered, "Keep bragging. Didn't Jian Wuji defeat Ling Xiao? What did you say just now? What about now?" The Sky Dragon Institute's temporary supervisor was completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's sword strike made him feel a sense of danger. He was a heaven realm cultivator, although he was only in the one-line sky realm. But this was still too ridiculous. In the second group, who can stop Ling Xiao? Mo Wushang or Lu Tain? I'm afraid no one else is qualified. Chapter 797. Mo Wushang's expression didn't look too good. He had just mocked Ling Xiao for losing to Jian Wuji, but now the tables had turned. Facing Ling Xiao, his demonic eye had been wrong more than once. It was as though he was slapping himself in the face. By Qianjiao, your eyes are indeed sharp. You can actually see through Ling Xiao's strength. Mo Wushang looked at Bai Qianjiao and said. Bai Qianjiao shook her head and said, "See through him? That's impossible. He's too scary. He's so low-key that even I feel scared. Other than the Holy Sun, I've never felt this kind of fear from anyone else." "Isn't that too exaggerated?" Mo Wushang said unhappily. Bai Qianjiao ignored Mo Wushang's words. She was completely focused on Ling Xiao. Although she had heard of this person before, she had never paid attention to him. She didn't know what kind of person he was. Today, she finally understood. Other than the word monster, there was no other word that could describe this person. An unfathomable expert, an unknown strength. This was the most terrifying thing. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Qin Bishue unsheathed his blood-red saber. His eyes were burning with passion. He liked the strong. He liked the feeling of exchanging blows with the strong. Originally, he looked down on Ling Xiao and didn't think much of Ling Xiao. But now, he was so excited that he wanted to fight Ling Xiao. "Baby, don't worry. When the finals come, I'll let you drink a mouthful of that kid's blood." The Qin Bishue stroked his treasured saber with a ferocious look on his face. "How dare you defeat the 6th young master of the sacred dynasty before me? You've already offended me." Some people had weird tempers. Ling Xiao didn't have any grudges against the Qin Bishue, but because he defeated Jian Wuji, the Qin Bishue hated him so much. Many people noticed the situation at the Qin Bishue and were shocked. It was said that Qin Bishue was the closest person to the Holy Sun, Hai Miang Ko. Now, even Qin Bishue was paying attention to Ling Xiao. This was enough to show how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Feng Yaorao turned her head to look at the Holy Sun and found that Hai Miang Ko's eyes were closed as if she didn't care about the outside world. However, she noticed that the Holy Sun's aura was a little chaotic. The rise of Ling Xiao had brought some pressure to the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao wins. When the judges recovered from their shock, they finally announced the result of the match. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Wuji, lying on the ground being carried away. His heart was still as water in an ancient well. Although he was a little heavy-handed, it was all because of Jian Wuji's hatred. Ling Xiao had never lost control like this in the face of so many people before. When he walked down the stage, Ling Xiao looked at the Qin Bishue with interest. This person was no doubt a powerhouse second only to the Holy Sun. Even Mo Wushang was inferior to him. Hong Li of the Aquamarine Shrine was hard to say. After all, she hadn't used her full strength yet. Well, I'll treat you as an appetizer before the Holy Sun. Let's see how you perform. Ling Xiao smiled. He believed that he would gain something from this battle with the Qin Bishue. Wow, you're not afraid of my murderous aura. The Qin Bishue was stunned when he saw Ling Xiao's smile. When he unsheathed his blood saber, his murderous aura was directed at Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Interesting, this is so interesting. The Qin Bishue wasn't afraid. Instead, he was even more excited. When Ling Xiao walked down from the stage, many of the female disciples with extraordinary looks secretly threw flirtatious glances at him. Each and every one of them revealed a rare bashful expression. Some of them even went to the Yuehua school to ask about Ling Xiao. But this was normal. Ling Xiao was handsome and strong, but he was also cold and low-key. He was very mysterious. This kind of mysterious temperament was actually the most attractive to girls with strong curiosity. Even female warriors were no exception. The shock caused by Ling Xiao had to pass. The matches still had to go on. However, the following matches made people feel a little listless. Time flew. Ling Xiao met another opponent, and this opponent wasn't weak. He was the swordsman from the Snow Mountain sect, Li Xiefeng, who was thought to be strong enough to compete with the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. After Li Xiefeng went on stage, he said 3 words: "I surrender." If Li Xiefeng had surrendered before Ling Xiao defeated Jian Wuji, many people would have mocked him and thought that he wasn't confident enough. But now no one mocked him. They even felt that it was normal for him to surrender when facing Ling Xiao. The judge nodded to show his approval. With his strength and Jian Wuji's miserable state, no one would be willing to fight with a monster like Ling Xiao if they didn't have absolute confidence in themselves. After all, he was too cruel. They might as well save their energy for other matches. Even if Li Xiefeng lost to Ling Xiao, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance. His strength was among the top in Group 2. While Group 2's battle was in full swing, Group 1 finally ushered in a battle between 2 strong opponents. Qin Bishue versus Hong Samadhi. This was another battle between the new generation and the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In the previous battle, only Ling Xiao defeated Jian Wuji. The rest of the martial artists lost to the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. In this battle, the battle between Qin Bishue and Hong Samadhi attracted a lot of attention because Qin Bishue was considered the strongest in the new generation, followed by Hong Li, Ling Xiao, and then Long Chen. It was possible for him to defeat Hong Samadhi, so this battle attracted a lot of attention. At this time, all the spectators in the stands were looking at the stage of Group 1. The 2 sides of the battle were top young masters. It would be very exciting. Hong Samadhi, a core disciple of the Abstruse Fire sect, ranked 5th among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Naturally, he was one of the most popular candidates for the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Qin Bishue, a core disciple of the Bloodblade sect, ranked top 10 in the last martial arts festival. However, he was still young then. Now, his strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Who do you think will win this battle? Some people in the stands began to discuss. I think it will be Hong Samadhi. One Ling Xiao is enough in this world. The 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty are not so easy to defeat. It's too difficult to surpass them. Humph, that's not necessarily true. Qin Bishua's strength is beyond your imagination. In the last martial arts festival, he was still very young, but he had already shown amazing talent. In my opinion, he should have a great chance of defeating Hong Samadhi. That's true. It's been several years since the last martial arts festival. There must be a big difference. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if Qin Bishue can show the same amazing talent as Ling Xiao. Chapter 798. That's right. There's no point in talking nonsense here. Let's just watch the battle. The winner will be revealed soon. In the midst of the crowd's discussion, Qin Bishue and Hong Samadhi appeared on the fighting ring at the same time. Both of them exuded a strong, domineering aura. Both of them were hot-tempered. Both of them were murderous. I haven't seen you for a few years. You seem to have improved. Hong Samadhi looked at Qin Bishue and sneered. She did not have any weapons. Her weapons were her hands. Together with the true Samadhi fire, martial soul, she could create countless miracles. Qin Bishue sneered and said, "You're outdated. Your appearance is just to set off my strength. Youngsters nowadays are really arrogant. Since that's the case, let's fight." Hong Samadhi wanted to protect the glory of abstruse fire sect and her own glory. She knew Qin Bishue was not easy to deal with, but she had to defeat Qin Bishue. She could not lose like Jian Wuji. Striking first to gain the upper hand had always been Hong Samadhi's style. Her figure flashed, and she suddenly punched out when she was more than 10 meters away from Qin Bishue. This punch condensed into a huge hand of true Samadhi fire and covered Qin Bishue. It gave people the feeling that this was not true inner force or heavenly inner force, but the real true Samadhi fire. It was a terrifying sacred fire that could melt everything. Qin Bishue sneered and stood there motionless. When the huge hand of true Samadhi fire came closer, she suddenly slashed out with her saber, and the huge hand was instantly reduced to ashes. Sparks flew all over the sky, and it no longer had any lethality. Hong Samadhi's attack was not weak. The terrifying true Samadhi fire was easily destroyed by Qin Bishue. It was enough to show how terrifying Qin Bishue's saber was. Amazing! Is this Qin Bishue's blade chi? I heard that he cultivates the Bloodblade sect's Bloodblade sacred scripture, which is in no way inferior to the Sword King sacred scripture. Furthermore, his level of cultivation is higher than anyone in the Bloodblade sect. The blade did not even touch the true Samadhi fire. Just the fiendish aura on the blade was enough to disperse the flames. Dai Yaoling, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, laughed. This girl was indeed related to Dai Yuling, lass. She came here to look for Dai Yuling, but now she was pestering Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao ignored her, she didn't seem to care at all. Qin Bishue. On the battle stage, Samadhi Hong paused, and his expression became extremely solemn. She had felt that Qin Bishue was not easy to deal with. After the collision, she understood that Qin Bishue was much stronger than she had expected. But he could not lose. In an instant, a figure formed from flames appeared behind him. Although it was blurry and could not be seen clearly, the high temperature made everyone who was near him feel very uncomfortable. True Samadhi fire and heavenly essence force merged into her fists. At this moment, her fists were red, as if they could explode at any time. Take this! True Samadhi fire, 9 heavens! Hong Sanmei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. She let out a roar and leaped into the air. The entire fighting ring was enveloped in crimson flames. Then, her terrifying red fists came crashing down one after another. Qin Bishue stood still. He had no intention of dodging. His saber was not completely unsheathed. Only about a foot of it left the scabbard. 1 punch, 2 punches, 8 punches. 9 punches. True Samadhi fire 9 heavens. 9 consecutive punches landed on the ground. But what was surprising was that Qin Bishue did not move from her position. There was no trace of smoke or fire on her body. Hong Samadhi's attacks did not cause any effect. This Qin Bishue is too strong. I'm afraid she's even stronger than you, Brother Ling, Dai Yaoling said. It's not over yet. Lan Yuer shook her head and said, True Samadhi fire 9 heavens is not 9 punches. If some people think there are only 9 punches, then they are not far from death. Maybe Hong Samadhi is too strong. When she fights with an opponent of equal strength, 9 punches can solve the problem. But today, she will probably use her final attack. As soon as she finished speaking, Hong Samadhi's final attack came. 9 returned to 1. Divine fire descends. Let's see how you can take it. Suddenly, the sky turned crimson. After 9 palms, a huge hand that blotted out the sky came crashing down from the sky. This hand was completely red, and it was burning with flames. As long as it slammed down, the entire martial arts stage would be covered by it. Qin Bishue could not avoid it. It's over now. Qin Bishue sneered. She finally unsheathed her saber. A red light suddenly came out of her body. A terrifying saber shadow. Break. The saber slashed out. The huge hand was cut in half by the saber. Not only that, but the remaining power of the saber fell on Hong Samadhi's head. Although Hong Samadhi tried his best to resist, he was still blasted out. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He was in a terrible condition. 1 slash. Oh my God. 1 slash killed Hong Samadhi, who is ranked 5th among the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Qin Bishue's strength is indeed stronger than Ling Xiao. That's right. These two are really terrifying. I didn't expect this to happen in this year's martial arts festival final. If Ling Xiao had not defeated Jian Wuji, perhaps Qin Bishue's victory over Hong Samadhi would have been more shocking. Of course, it was not bad now. Everyone understood the terrifying strength of the Bloodblade sect's young master. He was indeed the number 1 of the new generation. I didn't expect Qin Bishue to give us another surprise. He defeated Hong Samadhi with 1 slash. This year's new generation is really fierce. Yes, maybe the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty will have to change. So far, the top 10 of the 2 groups have been decided. Some people lost too many times and were eliminated early. Therefore, the remaining battles will probably be held in the final. That's right. The most exciting part is the final. I'm looking forward to it. The top 20 of 50 was already exciting enough. The rise of Ling Xiao and Qin Bishue made everyone excited. In that case, what would happen to the top 20? It really made one's blood boil. It's a pity that I didn't get to fight Ling Xiao. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cared so much and would have made a fool of him. Mo Wushang's eyes flickered. He was not satisfied that he didn't get to fight Ling Xiao. Lu Tain, on the other hand, was relieved. He wasn't confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. If he continued, he was afraid that he would lose. TSK, I haven't even had the chance to challenge the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Let's just let them be happy. Hong Li of the first group was not happy. Her strength was not inferior to Qin Bishue. Therefore, she also wanted to defeat one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty to show her strength to the world. Unfortunately, the opportunity did not come. Chapter 799. There was a hidden rule in this competition. If a warrior lost 4 battles in a row, he would be eliminated. Therefore, many people who were supposed to fight against each other didn't get to meet each other. All right, Hong Li, isn't there still a ranking competition? Everyone will definitely meet each other. you will have a chance to eliminate anyone you want. Bai Qianjiao smiled at her junior sister. She was well aware of how terrifying her junior sister's strength was. This time, it was indeed a bit of a pity. In the end, the first group was made up of the Holy Sun, Han Miangkeo, Bai Qianjiao, Qin Bishua, Hong Li, Hong Samadhi, Long Chen, Feng Yara, Liang Shao, Soul Combination Technique, Army Breaker, and Gue Suishou. The second group was made up of Demon I Mo Wushang, Lu Tain, Ling Xiao, Lan Yu, Dai Yaoling, Li Xiefeng, Dao Wuming, Jian Wuji, Half Puppet, Lu Lan, and Fire Devil Supremacy. It was a pity that Dai Yuling and Ing Wuya were eliminated in the top 20. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Their strength was limited. Unless a miracle happened, it was impossible for them to advance any further. Among the top 20, Gue Suishou and Fire Devil Supremacy were two low-key existences. Gue Suishou was a disciple of the Blue Water Palace. Fire Devil Supremacy was a disciple of the Abstruse Fire Sect. For some reason, Ling Xiao could sense the flame deity's aura on him. However, the flame deity was clearly in the Yuehua school. Why would he be here? This puzzled him no matter how hard he thought about it. Next, we will rest for a day. I need all of you to fight with all your strength in tomorrow's finals. The top 20 Sky Prides will get 9 cauldrons of luck. You will understand tomorrow. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, the head judge announced a break. After all, many people were seriously injured in today's battles. For example, although Jian Wuji was temporarily turned into a half puppet, it was not perfect. One day was enough for him to be resurrected. That night, Ling Xiao was resting in the Yuehua school's encampment. Suddenly, someone came to report that the Sage Emperor had invited him to the palace. Ling Xiao was stunned. He really was rather surprised. With his current strength and status, why would a Saint Emperor care about him even though he was one of the best among the younger generation? Could it be because of the Moon Lady? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt relieved. He walked out of the room and saw a person. It was Yunya, the head of the royal auction house, and also the Princess Royal of the Sacred Dynasty. "Hello, young Master Ling." "Greetings, Princess Yunya," Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "I wonder why, Princess Yun, you came to see me in the middle of the night." Yun also had a gentle smile on her face. This kind of smile had once made countless men crazy. It was really charming to the extreme. "Mr. Ling, I am not the one looking for you. His Majesty the Sage Emperor has invited you. Originally, I was worried that I would disturb your rest. I did not expect you to be unscathed in today's battle." Yunya's face was a little surprised. She did not go to the scene, but she knew that Ling Xiao had defeated Jian Wuji. In her opinion, even if he had really defeated Jian Wuji, he should have been injured at the very least. However, Ling Xiao's body was obviously unscathed. Even his internal energy did not seem to be used much. This was really too surprising. "Can you tell me why His Majesty the Sage Emperor has invited me to the palace?" Ling Xiao was really puzzled. If it was for the Moon Lady, he should have invited her directly. Why did he invite him instead? "Forgive me for not knowing. Who can guess His Majesty's intentions? However, he is the Sage Emperor after all. You can't go against his decree, right?" Yunya was clearly reminding Ling Xiao. She also had good intentions because she knew that Ling Xiao was stubborn. He could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would offend the Sage Emperor. "Well, I have to give face to the Sage Emperor." Ling Xiao thought about it. He had the Alchemy Formation Stone for escaping. Even if the Sage Emperor really wanted to harm him, he could totally escape. However, it should not be that serious. Even if the Sage Emperor did not like him, He should not use such a despicable method to deal with a nobody like him. There were many ways to kill him. They might be even more sinister and despicable than this. If possible, please come with me. With me around, it will be easier to enter and leave the palace, Princess Yunya said with a smile. In fact, the sage emperor's decree only asked Ling Xiao to go to the palace. Moreover, he sent a eunuch who gave the decree, not Princess Yunya. However, after Princess Yunya found out about this, she wanted to curry favor with the mysterious alchemist who had a good relationship with Yuehua school, so she came in person. At the same time, she could protect Ling Xiao along the way. Of course, since he had agreed to go, there was no need to hesitate. In fact, he also wanted to know why the sage emperor ordered him to go to the palace. After tomorrow, it would be the ranking competition of the martial arts festival. The 20 genius boys and girls would compete on the battle stage. Looking for him at this time must have something to do with the martial arts festival. Of course, this was just a guess. It might not be true. Ling Xiao first went to inform Heavenly Lord Goldenlight and Heavenly Lord Heavenly Eye. He also told them that if he did not come back before dawn, they would immediately retreat. There is no need for that. If they harm you, I will destroy the sacred dynasty, even if I have to risk my life. The Moon Maiden's cold voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. It was really reassuring. Sky Dragon Continent, Sacred Dynasty Palace. This was an absolutely sacred place. Under the suppression of the 9 cauldrons, the luck was very prosperous. Even if the luck was not as good as before, it was still much stronger than any place on the Sky Dragon Continent. At the entrance of the palace, there was a row of large statues. It was said that these people were once the chosen ones. They had been leading the fleet for many years. Back then, these boys and girls had saved the sacred dynasty from a crisis and destroyed the conspiracy of the Sea Clan. They could definitely be called heroes of the sacred dynasty. Among them, there was a man and a woman who looked like they had just gotten married. The two of them snuggled together and looked very happy. Who are these two people? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. These are the two people I admire the most. One is the younger brother of the current Holy Emperor, and the other is a peerless beauty of the Soul Clan. If it weren't for the Sacred Dynasty and the Sky Dragon Continent, this couple would have been the common masters of the Sacred Dynasty. Princess Yunya's face showed an expression of admiration and continued. The younger brother of the Holy Emperor is called Ji Furing. At that time, he was definitely the strongest of the younger generation on the Sky Dragon Continent. Ji Furing's wife is called Yu Xianyue. They are both first-class figures. Speaking of this, Yunya suddenly paused. Then she looked at Ling Xiao's face in surprise and said, "Young Masterling, have you noticed that you look a bit similar to Yu Xianyue?" "Princess Yun, you must be joking. I am just a little beggar. How could I have anything to do with the royal family of the Sacred Dynasty?" Although Ling Xiao said so, his eyes involuntarily looked at Yu Xianyue. Chapter 800. To be honest, Yu Xianyue really resembled Ling Xiao. Or rather, he resembled Yu Xianyue. What the hell is going on? He didn't quite understand. Could it be? No, that's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. The two of them walked past the sculptures and arrived in front of a beautifully decorated passageway. Yunya smiled and said, "The Saint Emperor only invited you and a few other young talents. I'm not among them, so I can only part ways with you here." After she finished speaking, she left gracefully. Ling Xiao looked at the palace in front of him and could indeed feel several very familiar auras in the palace. These auras were probably the opponents he encountered in the martial arts festival today. It seemed that the Holy Emperor didn't invite only him, but many people. In that case, he didn't have to worry too much. Ling Xiao had already reached the entrance of the palace. He almost stepped in, but at this moment, a figure forcefully bumped into him, trying to push him aside. Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. Facing such an unruly person who bumped into him, there was naturally no way he would give in. The person bumped into Ling Xiao and found that he didn't push him aside. He couldn't help but get angry. He pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and scolded, "Get out of my way! How dare you block my way? You're courting death." Ling Xiao frowned. He had met arrogant and domineering people before, but it was the first time he met someone in the palace who blamed him when he was clearly in the wrong first. He turned his head and glanced at the person. He was handsome, and his face was as white as a woman's. The fabric of the clothes he was wearing was clearly of high quality. Ordinary people couldn't afford to wear them at all. At this moment, this person was staring at him like a proud rooster with a bit of hatred in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't know this person because this person wasn't a contestant in the martial arts festival finals. Idiot! Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with such an idiot. After all, this was the palace. He didn't want to get into trouble because of such a small matter. Therefore, he walked back into the palace and treated the idiot as heir. "Bastard, I told you to scram. Are you deaf?" The young man with a jade-like face was really on fire. In this palace, even the Holy Sun had to show him some respect. Who was this person in front of him? How dare he ignore him? Today, he had received an imperial edict to reward the geniuses of the martial arts festival. How dare this arrogant guy not make way for him? Not only was he looking down on him, but he was also looking down on the Saint Emperor. Not only did this young man loudly berate Ling Xiao, he even made a move. That white hand suddenly turned into an eagle's claw and grabbed at Ling Xiao's shoulder blade. Her fingertips were filled with a terrifying amount of heavenly elemental energy. Who would have thought that this pretty boy was actually also a heaven pulse martial artist? However, Ling Xiao only glanced back at him, his eyes revealing a cold, killing intent, which made the young man take several steps back before he could stand firm. Terrifying. Just his will alone was so terrifying. Who was this person? The young man looked at Ling Xiao in horror, his body trembling. At this moment, Ling Xiao stood there like a demonic sword that could be unsheathed at any time. The young man didn't dare to provoke this demonic sword at all. "This is the palace, so you can keep your life. If you treat a stronger martial artist like this in the Jianghu, you'll only die. In the future, before you do anything, take a piss and look at yourself first." Ling Xiao shouted coldly and turned to enter the palace. The young man was stunned at first. After a long while, he came to his senses. He dared to lecture me? Looking at his age, he's younger than me. How dare he talk to me like that? Even my father wouldn't dare to reprimand me like that. The young man's expression became incomparably ugly. As the Saint Emperor's favorite, he had never suffered such humiliation. "Bastard, what's your name?" The young man roared and rushed into the palace. At this moment, Ling Xiao completely treated this ungrateful youth as heir. He was indeed enduring it. It was naturally not good to kill people in the palace. Even if he hurt people, it was also not good. Therefore, he did not want to cause trouble. He was not an impulsive person. On the contrary, he was very observant. The palace was magnificent. Ling Xiao had never seen such a luxurious place. It was really made of gold and jade. Even the cups and jugs used for tea and wine were made of top-grade spirit stones. It was simply a work of art. In the center of the hall, several women in thin clothes were dancing gracefully. Every frown and smile was so beautiful. There were too many people who came earlier than Ling Xiao, except for Lan Yu, who was in seclusion to heal her injuries. The rest of the 20 geniuses had already arrived. Jian Wuji's half-puppet body had obviously been modified. It was tougher and more technologically advanced than it was during the day. Ling Xiao didn't look at him, but Jian Wuji's eyes were filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. The commotion outside had actually alarmed the people in the hall. They originally wanted to send someone out to check, but they didn't expect Ling Xiao to come in. Seeing Ling Xiao, some people smiled, some looked indifferent, and some looked at him mockingly. Naturally, there were also people who looked at him with hatred. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Ling Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. "Humph, you still don't kneel when you see His Majesty?" Sitting there, Emo Wushang coldly said, "The sacred dynasty has long stipulated that the geniuses don't have to kneel when they see the Saint Emperor." "Emo Wushang, are your knees weak and you insist on kneeling?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. All right, let's not be calculative over such a small matter. Ling Xiao, come over and sit beside this emperor." The holy emperor said to Ling Xiao with a smile on his face. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Why was the Saint Emperor so polite to him today? Was it really because of his outstanding performance in the martial arts festival? He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it. He didn't stand on ceremony. After all, there were 2 empty seats beside the Saint Emperor. There was nothing wrong with sitting down. However, at this moment, the young man who had been scared away by Ling Xiao also rushed in. His entire body was burning with rage, and his violent aura directly pounced on Ling Xiao. In front of the Saint Emperor and the 20 geniuses, he didn't hold back at all. It seemed like his status wasn't low. Among the crowd, there were a few who were gloating. Ling Xiao actually dared to offend the Saint Emperor. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Even the Holy Sun had to be polite to him. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao couldn't tolerate repeated provocations. He suddenly stretched out his hand and condensed an energy sword at the tip of his finger. "Ling Xiao, have mercy." The Saint Emperor's voice rang out. "Why you stop too? Ling Xiao is a guest invited by this emperor. Don't be rude." On the surface, he didn't side with anyone, but in reality, he had saved Hua Yu's life. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's energy sword would have killed her. Chapter 801. Ling Xiao withdrew his energy sword and walked back to his seat coldly. "Lahua, you didn't dare to be presumptuous." Although the Holy Emperor favored him, he knew that if he didn't give the Holy Emperor face, no one would be able to save him. This is young hero Ling Xiao. He is the chief core disciple of the Yuehua school, who's shown in the martial arts festival today. He defeated Jian Wuji, one of the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. In the hall, in addition to the 20 prodigies, there were also the Holy Emperor's children, the princes of the sacred dynasty, and several ministers of the sacred dynasty. So, he naturally had to introduce Ling Xiao. Aside from the people who already knew about this, there were a few other people who were shocked by the sage emperor's words. They didn't go to the martial arts festival final for various reasons. They only knew that Jian Wuji was defeated, but they didn't know who defeated Jian Wuji. They didn't expect it to be Ling Xiao, the disciple of the Yuehua school that had declined to the point of no return. Many people immediately stopped looking down on Ling Xiao and the Yuehua school. Being able to defeat Jian Wuji meant that this boy was very talented. At the very least, as long as he could survive, he would definitely become a giant on the heavenly dragon continent in the future. It was better not to offend such a person. Some people even suspected that the Holy Emperor was so close to Ling Xiao because he wanted to win over Ling Xiao. Humph, he's just a transcendent. He was lucky enough to defeat Jian Wuji. The Holy Emperor thinks too highly of him. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a cold expression. Ling Xiao didn't know this person and didn't know how he had offended him. So he frowned slightly. General Seacombe is right. He only defeated Jian Wuji, and he dares to be so arrogant. He doesn't put the heroes of the world in his eyes. Those who don't know him would think that he is the #1 master on the heavenly dragon continent. Hua Yu chimed in with a smile. General Seacombe, when Ling Xiao heard this surname, he understood a little. This person should be related to the Heavenly King sect. General, you should be in your 60s, right? You're only a complete heaven pulse martial artist. Should I call you a piece of trash? Ling Xiao sneered. You. General Seacombe's face suddenly flushed red. Although Ling Xiao's words were unpleasant, they were the truth. Ha ha ha, young hero Ling, you don't have to take it to heart. General Seacombe and Hua Yu are both straightforward people. You don't have to take their words to heart. It's just that they are not convinced by your limitless glory. The Sage Emperor came out to be the mediator again. However, in Ling Xiao's opinion, the Saint Emperor seemed to be intentionally allowing General Seacombe and Hua Yu to provoke him. Although he didn't know what the Sage Emperor's goal was, Ling Xiao's impression of him wasn't as good as it had been at the start. As you wish. Ling Xiao had the mentality of trying peaceful means before resorting to force. He had to give the Sage Emperor some face first. After all, he didn't want to offend the Sage Emperor, because once he did, the Moon Lady would have to step in to settle it. With the Moon Lady's strength, even if she could defeat the Sage Emperor, she would definitely be injured. Ling Xiao didn't want the Moon Lady to be injured. Come. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Raise the wine glasses on the table. There's no other purpose for this banquet except to entertain the future hope of the sacred dynasty, the 20 prodigies. At this moment, the Sage Emperor laughed and raised his wine glass. Ling Xiao looked at the wine glass on the table. The wine was amber in color. This was a rare amber wine. It was said that a large number of rare materials were needed to brew it. It could only be enjoyed in the sacred dynasty's palace. It wasn't sold to the public. He raised the glass and sniffed it gently. This wine was indeed good. Just the aroma alone was enough to intoxicate people. There was something wrong with the wine. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. The Sage Emperor actually used such a despicable method to deal with him. Was this necessary? He was a little puzzled, so he used his Mountain River martial soul to analyze the wine in the glass. After that, he understood everything. The medicine in the wine wasn't poison, because it wouldn't poison people to death. It would only slowly dissipate the martial artist's cultivation. The degree of slowness was so slow that it couldn't be felt at all. It would only accelerate during the battle. It could be seen that someone didn't want him to continue winning in the martial arts festival. That was why they used such a despicable method. Was it the Sage Emperor, or was it someone else? Ling Xiao couldn't be sure. However, he still had to drink the wine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be giving the Sage Emperor face. The result would be more troublesome. Fortunately, he was immune to poison. A mere medicine that dissipated cultivation couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of this, he finished the wine in one gulp. After all, the poison in the wine was limited. He quickly cleaned it up. However, just as he was about to find an excuse to leave, General Seacombe stood up. Young hero Ling, I apologize for offending you just now. Consider this a toast from me. His attitude suddenly became more intimate. However, Ling Xiao knew that this guy probably felt that the poison in the wine wasn't enough. He wanted Ling Xiao to drink a few more glasses before he stopped. It seemed that there was something wrong with the wine. It was definitely related to General Seacombe. A toast to me? You're not worthy. Ling Xiao glanced at General Seacombe indifferently. He didn't pick up the wine that General Seacombe handed over. His voice was cold and indifferent. He didn't give General Sikong any face at all. Although I, Ling Xiao, am only a small disciple of the Yuehua school, I'm still better than a parasite of the sacred dynasty like you. His words were very harsh to the ears, and they weren't nonsense. Ever since he heard this guy's surname, he remembered that Lin Zhe had once told him that there was a wine and meat general in the sacred dynasty. His surname was Sikong, and his name was Sikong Zue. This person had never had any military achievements. He spent all his time drinking and debauchery, but his career had been smooth sailing. His current status was much higher than Lin Zhe's. He had done all sorts of things, such as kidnapping women, colluding with foreigners, and framing loyal people. In history, he had done all sorts of things that a treacherous official could do by relying on his elder brothers, Sikong Zun and Sikong Xian. He had basically offended everyone in the sacred city except for the people from the royal family. Ling Xiao felt nauseous at the thought of this. Even if the wine wasn't poisoned, he didn't intend to drink a toast to this kind of person. Sikong Zue's expression was very ugly. He had previously mocked Ling Xiao for being a small disciple of the Yuehua school. Now that he was toasting to this young disciple, he was saying that he wasn't worthy. Didn't that mean that Sikong Zue, a general of the imperial court, was inferior to a small disciple of the Yuehua school in terms of status? That was a great humiliation. Many people in the hall had mocking looks on their faces. It had nothing to do with them anyway. They just wanted to watch the show. Of course, people like Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat on Ling Zhao's behalf. His big brother Ling was really arrogant to say such things about a general in front of the sacred emperor. But he liked it. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao had no choice but to do so. The poison in the wine was too strong. 1 cup of wine would consume a large amount of heavenly essence energy to dissolve it. If he drank another cup, he would really be poisoned. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao had no other choice but to confront Sikong Zue directly. Chapter 802. Your Majesty Saint Emperor, I originally intended to bury the hatchet with Ling Xiao, but he doesn't know what's good for him and refuses to give me face. Please don't blame me for being rude to him. Sikong Zue looked at the sage emperor and spoke respectfully. It's a great shame for the sacred dynasty to have a general like you. I'd like to see how you're going to treat me impolitely. Ling Xiao already had a plan to escape anyway. If he really offended the sage emperor, he would just run away. Even if he couldn't win, running away was no problem. Sikong Zue's face was ashen and even a little ferocious. He looked like a demon from hell who wanted nothing more than to skin Ling Xiao alive. All right, let's all take a step back. Apart from the banquet, I have something to announce to the public. The sage emperor put down his wine cup and smiled. Ming Kong, why aren't you making your preparations? Half of the purpose of today's banquet is for you. Yes, Imperial Father. Hai Myung-keo nodded, and then left the hall. No one knew what she was going to do. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the side door of the main hall was opened. A eunuch walked in front, and the one following behind him was actually a woman. She was such a beautiful woman. She was wearing a pink dress, and her hair was soft and glossy. Just by casually draping her shoulders, she attracted everyone's attention. Her graceful figure swayed as she walked. It was as if she could suck in everyone's hearts. Peerless beauty, many people exclaimed. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This woman's beauty was comparable to the Moon Maiden and Ling Yixue's. However, there was a heroic and luxurious aura in her beauty. Her exquisite facial features looked as if they had been specially sculpted by the heavens. No one could find any flaws in her beauty. She was like a blooming peony flower, rich and graceful. His Highness the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao was the first to recognize this woman's identity. That's right, she was the Holy Sun, Hai Myung Ko. She had returned to her female form, but her domineering aura and arrogance had not changed. It really is the Holy Sun. Everyone stood up and saluted Hai Myung Ko. Even their voices became softer. The young geniuses even tidied up their appearance, as if they wanted to leave a good impression on Hai Myung Ko, to win the favor of Hai Myung Ko. Although there had been rumors that the Holy Sun was actually a girl, it was just a rumor and had not been confirmed. They didn't expect that Ji Mingkong would actually reveal her true identity today, and it instantly caused all the young geniuses present to drool with desire. They wished for nothing more than to immediately embrace this beauty and enjoy the joy of having multiple lovers. This Hai Myung Ko was not only beautiful, but also had a prominent status. Furthermore, she was very strong. A woman like her was hard to find even if one were to carry a lantern. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at her briefly before looking away. It wasn't that he was indifferent to beauty, but it was really difficult to like this woman after knowing her true nature. Moreover, his moon maiden was clearly superior to this woman. I'm sure everyone has recognized her. This is the Holy Sun. She was originally a girl, but for the sake of convenience, she often disguises herself as a man. The Holy Emperor smiled and said, "Today, I've allowed Mingkong to return to her female form for only one purpose. Now that the Tianlong continent is in troubled times, there are many young geniuses among the 20 geniuses present. I wonder if any of you are willing to marry into the royal family and become my son-in-law." "Father, what are you talking about?" Hai Myung Ko actually revealed a rare look of a girl. "Ha ha, Mingkong, although you're strong, you're still a girl. You'll have to get married eventually. It's not a bad thing if you can take advantage of the martial arts festival to find your ideal husband." The Holy Emperor laughed and said, "That's the second purpose of today's banquet. I hope that all the young geniuses present can be more enthusiastic and not let Mingkong waste her time in the bedroom. Sister Mingkong is so beautiful. She's like a fairy from the heavens. She's so charming. Even I, who don't like women, can't help but be a little tempted." Hua Yu was one of the Holy Emperor's people. She was really casual with her words. She didn't care about the rules at all. "Your Majesty, I wonder who you think is more qualified to be your son-in-law." Hua Yu glanced at the Holy Emperor and asked with a smile. "Hua Yu, that's a good question. Naturally, I have someone in mind. However, this time, it depends on the results of the martial arts festival. Whoever obtains the title of the chosen, one will be the Emperor's son-in-law," the Holy Emperor said with a smile. "Hua Yu naturally knows that. However, you've been praising Ling Xiao. Could it be that you've decided that he'll be the Holy Sun's husband?" Hua Yu was obviously trying to lead the blame to Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao is indeed outstanding. It's not a bad idea for the Holy Sun to marry him." The Holy Emperor didn't deny it. At that moment, all the men among the 20 lords of heaven, except for Long Chun, looked at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. There was even killing intent. "Father, I don't want to marry that trash." The Holy Sun didn't have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Naturally, she was unhappy when she heard this. Other than Long Chun, the rest of the people revealed a gloating expression. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Your Majesty, please choose someone else. My woman is 1,000 times better than Hai Myung Ko. Why would I want her?" Ling Xiao didn't want to say such hurtful words. However, Hai Myung Ko was the one who started it. She couldn't blame him. "What did you say?" Hai Myung Ko was furious. "You're not deaf. Can't you hear me? Do you really want me to say it again?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "How dare you?" Jian Wuji slammed the table and stood up. You actually dare to be so rude to His Highness Holy Son. Today, you used a despicable move to win against me in the martial arts festival. Today, I'll take revenge for His Highness Holy Son. Jian Wuji's strength had increased a lot after he obtained the half-puppet body. He wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. Now that he heard that Ling Xiao dared to slander his goddess, how could he stand it? If he could defeat or even kill Ling Xiao in front of the Holy Emperor, he believed that he could win the favor of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Son. Ha ha ha, Jian Wuji is right. Since it's a martial arts festival, how can there be dancing? It's better to liven things up with martial arts. It's more beautiful. Xikong Zui also stood up and said with a laugh. He couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to be killed because he knew that Ling Xiao had been poisoned. The sooner the poison acted up, the better. When Xikong Zui said this, many people present nodded in agreement. After all, the mystic world was a world where martial arts were respected. There was nothing more exciting than a martial arts competition. Chapter 803. How could the people present not know that Xikong Zui wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao? That was why he made such a request. Emperor Sheng looked at Ling Xiao. He didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. In fact, he seemed to be interested. Ling Xiao thought to himself, everyone here, except for Long Chen, wants to see me fight. After all, the finals will continue tomorrow. They must want to know what other trump cards I have. Ling Xiao had never been interested in a meaningless battle. He cupped his hands at Emperor Sheng and said, Your Majesty, I'm a little dizzy from the alcohol. I can't take it anymore. Moreover, the path of martial arts wasn't for show. He wasn't interested at all. Hearing this, many people showed disdain and contempt. They felt that Ling Xiao was afraid. Although Ling Xiao did defeat Jian Wuji in the martial arts festival's finals, the battle ended too quickly. Many people didn't see what happened clearly. They felt that there was something fishy going on. Now, it seemed that it was true. Otherwise, why would Ling Xiao reject Jian Wuji's challenge in the name of being drunk? Could it be that this guy was a fake? Did he use all his strength in the previous battle? The Holy Son, Hai Miankeo, also looked at Ling Xiao and smiled sarcastically. So, this is the boldness of a warrior from Yuehua School. I've finally seen it. Humph, as timid as a mouse. What a joke. Hua Yu also snorted coldly. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Yu indifferently and said, Do you really want to see me make a move so badly? Fine, I want you to fight with me now. What do you think? Hua Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly target him. The scene outside the palace made him afraid. Did he really want to fight with Ling Xiao? Hua Yu couldn't stand Ling Xiao's teasing gaze and stood up to fight. However, Ling Xiao didn't mind adding, I don't care about the severity of my attacks. Before the battle, we'd better sign a life and death contract so as to avoid killing you. That would be troublesome. Hearing this, Hua Yu's body turned cold. If it was just a spar, he would just embarrass himself if he lost. In any case, he had long been shameless, so it wasn't a big deal. But right now, Ling Xiao's intention was clearly to have a life and death battle. If he were to lose, he would lose his life. How could he dare to do that? What? Are you scared? Didn't you say I was as timid as a mouse? There are so many people here today. Even if you die, you will die for the Holy Son and the Holy Emperor. I think it will be a glorious death. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed an even stronger sense of ridicule and disdain. Hua Yu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His face was so red that it was about to bleed. However, he was still afraid of death. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, Since you're afraid of death and don't want to fight, then shut your stinky mouth. There's no need for people to fart here. Ling Xiao, don't point your spear at others. I'm the one who's challenging you. Don't try to change the topic. Jian Wuji said coldly. His words were full of sarcasm and anger. Hua Yu seemed to have found an opportunity to fight back. He hurriedly said, "That's right. You didn't accept Jian Wuji's challenge, but provoked me. You're clearly as timid as a mouse. You're just trying to confuse me. I almost fell for your trick. If you want to fight with me, accept Jian Wuji's challenge first." "Is that so? You mean you'll be willing to fight with me if I defeat him?" Ling Zhao's face turned cold. He felt that he had tolerated Hua Yu enough today. However, Hua Yu didn't know what was good for him. He probably had a hand in poisoning the wine. After all, the wine was the imperial family's wine. It would be difficult for Sikong Zue to poison it. However, Hua Yu was different. He was one of the Holy Emperor's people. If he wanted to poison it, it would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Ling Zhao's killing intent towards Hua Yu intensified. Hua Yu was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he had already poisoned the wine. As long as Ling Zhao and Jian Wuji fought, the poison would definitely take effect regardless of who won at that time. Even if he wasn't Ling Zhao's opponent, he would be able to defeat Ling Zhao easily. Moreover, wouldn't he be in the limelight at that time? Hua Yu would be able to defeat someone that even the 6 young masters of the Holy Dynasty couldn't defeat. This kind of glory was rare. Thinking of this, Hua Yu nodded and said, "No problem. As long as you can defeat Jian Wuji, I'll fight with you. It'll be a battle of life and death. We have to sign a life and death contract." He already had plans to kill Ling Zhao. In fact, Ling Zhao didn't really offend him. He had only poisoned Hua Yu at the beginning because he had received a large number of spiritual stones from Sikong Zue. As the saying went, one had to take the money and eliminate the disaster. However, he really wanted Ling Zhao dead now. There was no other reason other than the fact that he hated Ling Zhao. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Zhao. Most of them were jealous and gloating. The Holy Emperor had actually said that he would marry the Holy Son to this kid. How could they be convinced? Long Qin was a little worried. He wasn't worried that Ling Zhao wouldn't be able to defeat Jian Wuji. However, if he killed someone in the palace, it would be a big problem. Ling Zhao took a deep breath and looked at Jian Wuji. "Since you've recovered your strength and have a perfect half-puppet body, you should cherish it. You're courting death by challenging me. Your Majesty, I request to have a battle of life and death with Jian Wuji." Life and death are predestined. He had spared Jian Wuji's life during the martial arts festival because the hatred in his heart had faded. However, he didn't expect Jian Wuji to be so stubborn. He actually challenged him again and even tried to kill him. What was the point of keeping such a person alive? Was he going to keep provoking him? He didn't want to kill anyone, but since someone was courting death, he wouldn't be merciful. The Holy Emperor glanced at Jian Wuji as if asking for Jian Wuji's opinion. "I agree." Jian Wuji's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. Since he chose to challenge Ling Zhao this time, he was confident. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be so impulsive. "All right, then let's have a battle of life and death. Let me and everyone here witness it." The Holy Emperor nodded. "Where will we fight?" Ling Zhao asked calmly. His voice was cold and filled with a strong killing intent. It was like a sword stained with blood. Jian Wuji smiled and said, "This place is protected by a formation, and it's very big. There's no need to go anywhere else." "No problem." Ling Zhao nodded. It didn't matter where they fought because he was fearless. However, Sikong Zue, Hua Yu, and the Holy Son, Hai Myung-keo, looked at him with a mocking and gloating expression. Jian Wuji didn't choose to fight here because it was convenient. It was because the formation set up here resonated with his half-puppet body, allowing him to absorb a steady stream of spirit energy from the outside world, doubling his strength. Chapter 804. Apart from the other advantages, more importantly, with the help of the palace's array, Jian Wuji's true inner force would be endless. Ling Xiao actually agreed to fight here. Wasn't he courting death? However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had already seen through the mysteries of the array. The reason why he didn't suggest it was because he was confident that he could kill Jian Wuji. At this moment, many people present felt a little regretful. How could they let Jian Wuji seize the initiative? Ling Xiao was so stupid. He didn't know the concept of time and place. He thought that the battle would be the same anywhere. He didn't know that today's banquet was targeted at him. Mo Wushang sighed. It's a pity. If I had taken action, I could have used the array here to increase the power of the demonic eye. Taking down Ling Xiao would have been a piece of cake. Yeah, Ling Xiao didn't know the situation here at all. He just accepted the invitation and came here. He didn't even know why he was the last to arrive. Idiot! But why is the Sage Emperor targeting Ling Xiao? It seems that Ling Xiao isn't a threat to the Sage Emperor. This conversation was already considered a private conversation. After all, it involved some secrets. It's said that Ling Xiao looks a lot like Yu Xianyue. Yu Xianyue is Ji Furing's wife, so the Sage Emperor suspects that Ling Xiao is related to Ji Furing. What kind of joke is this? Back then, Ji Furing passed the throne to the Saint Emperor. Even if Ling Xiao was really Ji Furing's son, the Saint Emperor should still protect him. Why is he targeting him? You don't understand. It's said that the Sage Emperor also liked Yu Xianyue. It's a pity that Yu Xianyue only liked Ji Furing. It was a beautiful story back then. How do you know? I heard it from the elders of the sect. I can only say that Ling Xiao deserves it, who asked him to look so much like Yu Xianyue. Complicated. All the discussions were carried out via voice transmission, so Ling Xiao didn't know that he was now facing Jian Wuji. His expression had already returned to normal. Jian Wuji also looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking sneer. Ling Xiao, I know that you are stronger than me, but do you know why I still dare to challenge you? I don't know. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I don't want to know. You don't want to know? Hee hee, I'm afraid you think I won't tell you. Don't worry. This time I'll let you die knowing the truth. Jian Wuji smiled and explained the relationship between the Imperial Palace's formation and his half-puppet body. Then he continued, if that's all you think, then you're completely wrong. Before you came to the Holy City, you should have heard of the 9 Cauldrons luck, right? What does that have to do with the 9 cauldrons? Ling Xiao was really confused. What does it have to do with it? Jian Wuji sneered. Suddenly, a strong aura erupted. Then, not only did the Sword King Martial Soul appear behind him, but there were also 3 huge bronze cauldron shadows behind him. To tell you the truth, only 20 geniuses can obtain the 9 cauldrons luck. I was one of the 6 young masters in the previous martial arts festival, so I obtained 3 cauldrons of luck. It's a pity that the martial arts festival has a rule that I can't use the 9 cauldrons luck before the geniuses battle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to you today. I see. No wonder the Holy Emperor values the 20 geniuses so much. These 20 geniuses must have gathered the 9 cauldrons luck. It represents not only strength, but also the future. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I understand. The luck can be stolen from each other, right? That's right. As long as you show the 9 cauldrons luck, once you lose in the competition, the luck will be transferred to the winner. You will see in the geniuses battle the day after tomorrow. Jian Wuji smiled. There's no need to wait until the day after tomorrow. I want to see what the 9 cauldrons luck represents tonight. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You're too arrogant. I've told you so much, but you still don't understand? Jian Wuji continued. You have no chance of winning this battle because the luck is on my side. So, I only have one request for you. Cripple your lower body like me, then apologize to me, and swear that you will never covet the Holy Sun. Then, I'll let you live. Are you going to let me live? Ha! I didn't have the heart to kill a crippled guy like you, but now I realize that I'm too kind. Ling Zhao's killing intent was completely set. Jian Wuji must die. Humph, I'm being merciful by not killing you. Since you don't want to submit, then don't blame me. After saying that, Jian Wuji waved the long sword in his hand. Immediately, several sword winds broke through the air. The two of them were only a few feet apart. The fierce sword winds instantly blasted Ling Zhao's body. Let's see if you can still survive. Of course, Jian Wuji didn't expect the sword winds to kill Ling Xiao. So, he immediately stabbed with his sword, not intending to give Ling Xiao any chance to fight back. Kill me? You're not qualified. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice came out from the fierce sword wind. Ling Zhao's body suddenly burst out a strong, murderous aura, which directly filled the whole palace hall. Boom! The sword winds collapsed, and Jian Wuji was also forced to retreat. Ling Xiao walked out from the sword winds and slowly walked toward Jian Wuji. He was like an invincible demon god on the battlefield, causing people to tremble in fear. At that moment, Hai Miankeo actually went into a trance for a moment. The others were also shocked. Just now, Ling Xiao had looked like an ordinary person. There was nothing eye-catching about him. But in that instant, Ling Xiao was like a sword wind that could destroy everything. Sharp and terrifying. Every step that Ling Xiao took was like a huge boulder slamming into everyone's hearts. Aside from Saint Emperors, all the people present felt their hearts violently shake. Luck is only effective for the strong. To the weak, luck is just a burden, just like the wealth of an ordinary person. Ling Xiao said calmly as he walked, What? How can he be so strong? Jian Wuji had already overestimated Ling Xiao. He thought that with his strength doubled, even if he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be as tragic as he was during the day. But now he actually had a feeling of wanting to flee in defeat. His opponent still hadn't made a move. Die! With a roar, Jian Wuji wanted to use this roar to alleviate his fear. The sword in his hand stabbed out once more. A sword, energy thicker than the one during the day, tore through the air, tearing the space apart. It was as if he could hear the miserable cries of the elements. His target was Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still continued to walk forward, and he didn't even have any intention of attacking. Black and gold dragon scales were forming on his body, covering his entire body. Perhaps it had been too long, and many people had forgotten that Ling Xiao's defense wasn't inferior to the dragon clans. Chapter 805. Jian Wuji's sword qi hit the dragon scale and turned into countless light spots, completely shattering. Ling Xiao was still walking forward, and the spirit qi in the surrounding air began to gather around his body. Behind him, a black divine dragon appeared, and terrifying black and gold flames kept raging. Boom! The flames suddenly turned into the shape of a divine dragon and pounced on Jian Wuji. It was extremely fast and powerful. Jian Wuji hurriedly blocked it, but he was still swallowed by the fire dragon, and a burnt smell came from all over his body. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. What kind of person was he? He could actually mobilize the surrounding elements to work for him, and he could make Jian Wuji so embarrassed without any luck. His fighting spirit was boiling. His killing intent was spreading. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a living devil, standing there, invincible and insufferably arrogant. Jian Wuji panicked. His face became extremely ugly again. He did not expect that he would be so vulnerable in front of Ling Xiao, even with the help of the luck of the 9 cauldrons and the array formation of the palace. Looking at Jian Wuji, Ling Xiao said indifferently, "You had a chance to live just now. I didn't fight with you, not because I was afraid of you, but because I thought you were not worthy. However, you don't know your own limits. Since that's the case, I will completely destroy you." Ling Xiao looked very slow. He was walking so slowly, but in Jian Wuji's eyes, he was astonishingly fast. It was as if no matter how he retreated, he could not escape from Ling Xiao's luck. "Die, go to hell, and accompany your master." The cold voice floated in the palace, and at that moment, many people mistakenly thought that a dozen Ling Xiao had suddenly appeared. That was because Ling Xiao was too fast. He did not use the sword Soul Doppelganger, but his speed was too fast, so it felt like his original body was still in the same place, but he left a dozen afterimages along the way. In Jian Wuji's eyes, Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent was like an invincible demon god. He didn't even have the courage to escape. A ferocious sword qi invaded his body and began to wreak havoc on his body. He could feel that his body was falling apart. The first to shatter was the veins of heaven that had already formed. It's not fear, it's disdain. He thinks that Jian Wuji is not worthy. When the spectators saw the figure that had been completely torn apart by the sword qi, they suddenly thought of what Ling Xiao had said before. At this moment, Ling Xiao was even more powerful than he was during the day. He was even more mysterious and frightening. There were even some martial artists who felt a strong sense of powerlessness, as if no matter how hard they tried, they would never be able to surpass this young man. To deal with Jian Wuji, Ling Xiao had used a martial skill during the day. From the beginning to the end, he had not used any martial skill. He had only summoned his martial soul and used his terrifying sword intent and sword qi to completely kill Jian Wuji. Otherwise, why would he not die if he did not do it? Jian Wuji had dug his own grave. Originally, tonight's banquet had nothing to do with him, but he had to stand out and provoke Ling Xiao. This was no different from digging his own grave. "This guy is too scary." Li Xiefeng's body trembled. "Fortunately, I did not offend him." "Yeah, I'm afraid only the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Qin Bishue have a chance of fighting him." Dai Yaoling's body was also trembling. Thinking about how she had pestered Ling Xiao during the day, she felt a strong, lingering fear in her heart. Mo Wushang's heart twitched. He had just said that Jian Wuji had an advantage in fighting Ling Xiao, but now he realized that it was not an advantage, but a death wish. He did not know if he could win against Ling Xiao now. He had originally thought that he had a 90% chance of winning, but now he only had a 70% chance. Hua Yu's face was filled with fear. Looking at Jian Wuji, who had completely disappeared, he felt as if he had seen his own death. Ling Xiao had really killed Jian Wuji, and so easily. Wasn't this guy poisoned? What was going on? Did he not drink? No, that's impossible. Was he not afraid of the poison, or was the effect too slow? No matter what the reason was, Hua Yu felt that he was doomed. His body was trembling like a sieve, and his whole body was cold. Ling Xiao was about to fight him. How could he defeat Ling Xiao? 3 bronze cauldrons slowly condensed behind Ling Xiao's back. He could clearly feel that his heavenly elemental energy had become much smoother. Perhaps this was the most direct effect of the 9 cauldrons, luck. Rumor had it that as long as one had a cauldron's luck, there would be many benefits. For example, one would not have to worry about going berserk during cultivation. "Ling Xiao, you're too bold. This is the palace. His Majesty the Sage Emperor is here, and there's also the Holy Sun. You actually dared to kill Jian Wuji? You're slapping the Sage Emperor in the face." Hua Yu did not dare to fight Ling Xiao. so he could only say this. He hoped that the sage emperor would sentence Ling Xiao to death because of this. That way, he would not have to send himself to his death. Looking at Hua Yu, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Are you afraid? Otherwise, why would you say something so shameless? The sage emperor had agreed to the life and death battle. Now, Hua Yu was using this against Ling Xiao. Not only was he shameless, he was also brainless. How am I shameless? You're extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Not only did you cripple Jian Wuji, you even wanted to kill him. Isn't this the truth? Hua Yu shouted loudly. Ling Xiao was not angry. He smiled, and it was a very bright smile. That's right. I'm extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. Originally, I thought that since you're one of the sage emperor's people, you should know what etiquette and shame are. I didn't intend to pursue the previous agreement between us. Now, I've changed my mind. You just said that as long as I defeat Jian Wuji, you'll agree to fight with me, right? Ling Xiao's face showed a mocking sneer. Hua Yu's body trembled violently. He secretly scolded himself for being nosy. How could this be? It would have been better if he did not speak just now. But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Compete with you? Why should I fight with you? You're just a disciple of the Yuehua school. I'm one of the sage emperor's people. What right do you have to fight with me? What? Are you afraid now? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Hua Yu with a mocking expression. He said, You want to challenge me, so I'll challenge you. You don't want to fight me, so I won't fight you. What do you take me, Ling Xiao, for? Is he a slave that you order around? Even though the sage emperor was present, Ling Xiao did not want to let Hua Yu go. Not only was he vicious, but he had also provoked him time and time again. If he did not cripple him, Ling Xiao would probably be plotted against by him again. You're just a slave. Dog slave. Your Majesty, he wants to kill me. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Hua Yu hugged the sage emperor's arm in an extremely flattering manner. This was a F** king man, but he looked like a B** tch. It was disgusting. Chapter 806. Your Majesty, what do you think? Ling Xiao didn't make a move immediately. He still had to give the sage emperor some face. So he threw this hot potato to him. Sai, I have spoiled Hua Yu too much. He has offended young Hero Ling time and time again. It's indeed wrong, but it doesn't warrant death. I hope young Hero Ling can show mercy. The sage emperor sighed. It seemed like he was going to protect Hua Yu today. What if I say that the wine is poisoned, and the person who poisoned it is Hua Yu? Does your Majesty still think that he doesn't deserve death? Ling Xiao raised the cup of wine that he hadn't drunk and said coldly, Summon heavenly, venerable, miraculous hands. The sage emperor frowned and summoned the imperial physician, heavenly, venerable, miraculous hands, to test the wine. Your Majesty, this wine is indeed poisoned. Although it's not enough to kill, it can completely dissipate a warrior's cultivation. It's too vicious. Heavenly, venerable, miraculous hands didn't know what had happened, so he naturally had to speak the truth. Your Majesty, did you hear that? Ling Xiao asked, Even if there's poison in the wine, it can't prove that I poisoned it. Hua Yu hurriedly shouted. Ling Xiao sneered and said, I believe that your Majesty has thousands of ways to make a person speak the truth. The sage emperor frowned again. After a long while, he sighed and said, Hua Yu was indeed wrong to poison him. I will thoroughly investigate this matter and give you a satisfactory answer. In the end, the sage emperor was still protecting Hua Yu. Actually, it was normal. Perhaps he knew that Hua Yu had poisoned him and didn't stop him. Thoroughly investigate. I think that's too troublesome. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward. His speed was so fast that it shocked everyone present. Hua Yu was really frightened. He never expected that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him in front of the Sage Emperor. You bastard! Stop! The Holy Emperor finally revealed his true face and slammed his palm at Ling Xiao, who was pouncing over. He was an Yinyang realm warrior. Although he was not as strong as Moon Lady, killing Ling Xiao was as easy as killing a rabbit. As the Saint Emperor, not only are you siding with a criminal, you even shamelessly attacked a junior. I think you, the Saint Emperor, are really muddle-headed. No wonder the sacred dynasty is getting worse day by day. At this moment, an even more powerful force blocked the Saint Emperor's palm strike, forcing him back into his seat. The dragon throne instantly collapsed. I'll spare your dog life, but I'll cripple your cultivation. Ling Xiao had already thought of a way to escape when the Holy Emperor attacked, but the Moon Lady was too fast. He gave up on escaping and continued to chase after her. His palm landed on Hua Yu's body. He did not kill Hua Yu. After all, Hua Yu was only the Sage Emperor's exclusive property. He only needed to cripple his cultivation. The palm energy wreaked havoc in Hua Yu's body. Hua Yu could clearly feel her cultivation rapidly depleting. You actually crippled me. Hua Yu's face was ashen as her body trembled. It was impossible to become the Sage Emperor's exclusive property without cultivation. How could the Sage Emperor, who had special interests, want a pet without cultivation? Once she lost her cultivation, she would have no place in front of the Sage Emperor. Bastard! Hua Yu will definitely kill you. Kill you! You slave! Dog slave! Not only will I kill you, but I'll also exterminate your entire family and slaughter your Yuehua school. Hua Yu began to roar like a mad dog. Ling Xiao, who had already held back, had a murderous look on his face when he heard this. I wanted to spare your life, but it seems like you don't want to live anymore. Ling Xiao's cold words made Hua Yu's body tremble. When he saw the energy sword in Ling Xiao's hand take shape, he was so scared that his face turned pale. He regretted it. He regretted that he had to say those harsh words. Although those were his heartfelt words, and he really did think that way, why did he have to say it out loud? If he didn't say it, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Uft! A loud sound rang out in the palace hall. Hua Yu's head had already been removed. This time, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. He couldn't keep someone who was always thinking about how to kill him and how to deal with him. Moreover, Hua Yu had a lot of power in the sacred dynasty. If he really targeted him, it would be very troublesome. The violent energy sword completely shattered Hua Yu's heavenly vein that hadn't been fully formed. Ah! A shrill scream came out of Hua Yu's mouth. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. It wasn't because Ling Xiao was powerful, but because Ling Xiao was a madman. He really attacked without any scruples. Even the people of the Sage Emperor could be killed at will. No one was willing to provoke such a madman. This was because such a person had no scruples. The soft were afraid of the hard were afraid of the fearless, and the fearless were afraid of the madman. Kind people were bullied, and kind horses were ridden. Kind people were always bullied and humiliated by these self-righteous experts. However, once these experts met someone who was even more ruthless than them, they would also feel fear and apprehension. After killing Hua Yu, Ling Xiao turned to look at the Sage Emperor. At this moment, the Sage Emperor's face was livid. He was the Sage Emperor, but he was humiliated in front of so many people. How could he bear such humiliation? Your Majesty, you have to fight for your dignity. If you respect me, I'll respect you 10 times over. Do you think that I, Ling Xiao, am so stupid? Do you think that I can't see that the formation in the palace hall has been temporarily changed? Do you think that you want to kill me? Do you think that I don't know that Sikong Zue was involved in Hua Yu's poisoning and that you acquiesced to it? Do you think that I don't know that you are courteous to me on the surface, but you deliberately said that you wanted to betroth the Holy Son to me and make me the target of public criticism? As the sage emperor, you are so narrow-minded. You make me, a citizen of the sacred dynasty, feel ashamed. Originally, he didn't want to expose these things. After all, if he did, it would be equivalent to going against the sage emperor. But now, it seemed that no matter how much he tolerated it, it was meaningless. If someone wanted to deal with you, they wouldn't give up just because you tolerated it. Instead, they would be even more unscrupulous. The sage emperor looked at Ling Xiao as if he saw the old Ji Furing standing there. He was even angrier, and his face was even more livid. When Ji Furing was born, he was surrounded by 9 cauldrons. He was an auspicious sign for an emperor. When he was born, he was surrounded by 5 cauldrons. Although he had more cauldrons than the average imperial family member, he was inferior to Ji Furing. During the bloodline test, Ji Furing had awakened more than 90% of his human ruler bloodline. Although he had awakened 70%, he was still inferior to Ji Furing. The most infuriating thing was that Ji Furing had gained the recognition of the 9 cauldrons. He had inherited the 9 cauldrons and obtained the 9 cauldrons' martial soul. This was an existence that was second only to the mountain river martial soul. Compared to the 9 primordial dragon souls, it was even superior. This was because the 9 primordial dragon souls were comparable to the 9 cauldrons' martial soul. He hated Ji Furing because he was jealous. Although Ji Furing gave in to him, he didn't give Yu Xianyue to him. This made him hate Ji Furing even more. Ling Xiao looked like Yu Xianyue. In his opinion, even if he wasn't Ji Furing's child, he should still die with his appearance. Chapter 807. He was willing to be cut into pieces to drag the sage emperor off his horse. Ling Xiao had no other choice. He could only defend himself in the face of the sage emperor's aggression. Seeing the sage emperor's gloomy expression, Ling Xiao flicked his sleeves and said, "Sister Moon Lady, let's go." The Moon Lady followed Ling Xiao. The sage emperor was livid, but he didn't make a move. He didn't understand how Ji Furing could gain Yu Xuanyue's favor. How could this Ling Xiao gain the favor of such an amazing woman like the Moon Lady? Could this Ling Xiao really be Ji Furing's son? No, that shouldn't be possible. Ji Furing's son had already died in an assassination attempt, and the sage emperor had confirmed it himself. Maybe he just looked like Yu Xianyue and had a personality like Ji Furing. There were still people like that. The Holy Emperor took a deep breath as he watched Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady leave. Suddenly, he slammed his palm onto the floor, and the floor tiles that were a foot thick were smashed to pieces. In the prodigy battle the day after tomorrow, if a man defeats Ling Xiao, he will be able to marry Mingkong. If a woman defeats Ling Xiao, she will be conferred the title of princess of the sacred dynasty. After he finished speaking, his eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. Defeating Ling Xiao was just the first step. Next, he would humiliate this kid who dared to disrespect him. 1 day and 2 nights was really short. Ling Xiao was worried that the sage emperor would harm the Yuehua school students, so he created a large number of secret scrolls that could teleport them back to the Yuehua school. Of course, he could only teleport them back to the Yuehua school. He couldn't go anywhere else because this secret scroll borrowed the power of the Moonlight Pagoda. However, the sage emperor didn't do anything the next day. On the 3rd day, the prodigy battle officially began, but the sage emperor still didn't do anything. Ling Xiao couldn't guess what the sage emperor was thinking, but he definitely had to participate in the prodigy battle. Anyway, he was prepared to escape, so he wasn't afraid of the sage emperor playing any tricks. Dawn. The sky had just turned white, but the competition grounds were already packed with people. Moreover, the sound waves were monstrous. Today's audience was much larger than usual. Furthermore, the original 10 battle stages had been merged together to form an even larger battle stage with a length and width of 100 meters. Outside the square battling platform, there were 10 defensive formations that could defend against even more powerful attacks. After all, today's 20 prodigies were the most outstanding ones under the age of 20 in the Sky Dragon continent. Their strength could break through at any time. If a battle between two celestial realm cultivators occurred, ordinary arrays would not be able to defend against it. When they arrived, Ling Xiao felt that the atmosphere was completely different. There seemed to be a thirst in the eyes of the geniuses who had already arrived. It was a thirst for victory. It was also a desire to defeat him. Apart from Long Chen's eyes that were filled with worry, the others' eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. "What's going on, junior brother Ling? These people seem to have a grudge against you," Lan Yu asked in confusion. "Humph, it's probably because of what happened at the banquet that day. I don't know what the Holy Emperor said, but these people have decided to target me." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. In the face of these people's coercion, he was not afraid at all. The flames of war in his heart, which were originally calm, were now burning fiercely. "You want to deal with me, but I also want to take away your 9 cauldrons of providence. Let's see who will have the last laugh." Ling Zhao's face was filled with joy. After he had obtained Jian Wuji's 3 cauldrons of providence, he realized that the providence could not only improve one's luck and make it easier to circulate the heavenly origin energy in one's body, but it could also constantly nourish one's body and soul, constantly improving one's entire being. That feeling was simply wonderful. Of course, the rest of the geniuses probably had the same idea. Although they regarded Ling Xiao as their greatest enemy, they were also very vigilant against each other. No one was willing to lose to anyone. This was the battle between the last 20 geniuses. It was the most intense and exciting battle. Whoever could obtain the 9 cauldrons of providence would become the chosen one and receive the blessings of the entire Sky Dragon continent. When that time came, the situation would be completely different. After the Yuehua School's people arrived, all the judges arrived about 15 minutes later. The head judge began to announce the rules of the Sky Pride battle in front of everyone. The Sky Pride battle would be carried out in the marketplace. The battle would be carried out in a fighting ring. There would be a total of 20 rounds of battle, and each round would have one opponent. There was no elimination rule for consecutive defeats. In other words, no matter what, every genius would get a chance to fight with another genius. Who was stronger and who was weaker would be revealed very soon. Moreover, every genius would receive the 9 cauldrons of providence. The only difference was the amount of providence. If one lost the battle, the providence would decrease. If one won the battle, the providence would increase. Therefore, if one admitted defeat, the loss would be very serious. The 20 rounds of battle would be carried out day and night. A certain amount of rest time would be arranged between each round until the end of the battle. Such a rule was not a big deal. After all, a transcendent realm cultivator would not die if he did not sleep or eat for several days. Moreover, there was rest time in between rounds. He would recover after meditating for a while. In addition, because Jian Wuji was killed, Feng Mo Ting, who was originally ranked 21st, was lucky enough to be among the top 20 geniuses. Many people had doubts about Jian Wuji's death. However, the people who were there that night kept their mouths shut. Therefore, it was almost impossible to find out anything. Lastly, we will add one more rule. We will choose 6 seeded contestants based on the previous performances. These 6 seeded contestants will not meet in the previous rounds to ensure the excitement of the battle. The head judge continued. Although some people were not satisfied with this rule, They had nothing to say in front of the head judge. They could only accept it. Moreover, this would ensure the fairness of the battle. So the audience was very supportive of it. Who do you think will be among the 6 seated contestants? Isn't that obvious? His Highness Holy Son will definitely be among them. Don't forget about Mo Wushang. In the last competition, His Highness Holy Son personally said that Mo Wushang was the most difficult opponent to deal with. Bai Qianjiao will definitely be one of them. That's 3 already. There's also Lu Tai-yin and Hong Sanmei. Lu Tai-yin is okay, but Hong Sanmei lost to Qin Bishua. There's no hope. That's right. That's 4. The 5th one will definitely be Qin Bishua. He defeated Hong Sanmei, so it would be unreasonable if he wasn't a seated contestant. Then there's only one left. Who do you think we should choose? Ling Xiao. After all, he defeated Jian Wuji. I think Long Chun is not worse than him. Have you forgotten Hong Li? TSK. The last one is really difficult to choose. Chapter 808. Not only did the audience find it difficult to choose the last seated contestant, but the judges were also frowning for the last seated contestant. There are exactly 10 judges and 1 head judge. Why don't we just vote? Whoever has the most votes will be chosen. What do you think? Someone suggested. That's a good suggestion. The head judge nodded in agreement since it was inappropriate for him to act arbitrarily. Okay, I choose Long Chun. His defense is amazing. Until now, no one has been able to break through his defense. I choose Hong Li. She's stronger than Bai Qianjiao. It's a pity that she didn't have the chance to fight with the 6 young masters. Otherwise, her result would be as good as Qin Bishua's. I still choose Ling Xiao. He defeated Jian Wuji. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. After a round of voting, 3 out of the 10 judges voted for Long Chun. 4 voted for Hong Li. 3 voted for Ling Xiao. Judging from the current situation, Red Carp had the most votes. However, the head judge, who was the most important one, hadn't voted yet. The head judge's cultivation level and eyesight are better than ours. His vote should count as at least 2 votes, right? That's right. Then it's settled. The head judge didn't refuse. After a moment of silence, he voted for Ling Xiao. This guy is unfathomable. In this way, the 6 seated contestants had been chosen. Hai Miang-keo, Mo Wushang, Bai Qianjiao, Qin Bishua, Lu Tai-yin, and Ling Xiao. Most people didn't have any objections to this result. After all, the strength and eyesight of the 10 judges and the head judge were recognized by everyone. Their judgment was unlikely to be wrong. Of course, there were still people who had objections. For example, Red Carp and Red Samadhi, the 2 of them were not convinced. Hong Li thought that she was stronger than her senior sister, but now she wasn't even a seated contestant. She felt that it was a great humiliation, and she was very unhappy. As for Hong Samadhi, she felt that although she had lost to Qin Bishua, she might not lose to her senior brother Lu Tai-yin, let alone to Ling Xiao. Why was she not selected as a seated player? Both of them were thinking about how to slap the referees' faces. Humph! Ling Xiao may have defeated Jian Wuji, but our Hong Sanmei can do the same. How dare they let a small Yuehua school ride on our Xuanhua sect's head? The upper echelons of the abstruse fire sect were very unhappy with this result. It was mainly because they felt that they had lost face. After all, Hong Sanmei was one of the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty in the previous tournament. Now that he was kicked out of the seated contestants, it was a huge blow to the abstruse fire sect's reputation. However, even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only grumble behind their backs. The 10 judges were all Grotto Heaven Realm experts. They were no weaker than the sect leader of the abstruse fire sect. The head judge was an Inyang realm expert. They couldn't afford to offend him. Only someone with a brain would criticize the referee. The result would definitely be very tragic. Forget it. As long as Hong Sanmei works hard and defeats Ling Xiao, our abstruse fire sect won't lose face. The sect leader of the abstruse fire sect was calm. Of course, there was nothing he could do. After all, things had come to this point. Even if he was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I would have let Hong Sanmei use his trump card and defeat Qin Bishua. Then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. That's not good. It's very disadvantageous for him to expose his trump card too early. Anyway, don't worry. Other than a few opponents, the rest are not likely to be a match for Hong Sanmei. That's true. The people of the abstruse fire sect knew very well that Hong Sanmei was stronger than Lu Taiyin. They believed that Hong Sanmei would definitely be able to enter the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty. Junior sister, don't be so angry. As long as you have the strength, even if you're not a seeded player, you can still enter the top 6. Lu Taiyin knew his junior sister's strength. He believed that as long as his junior sister was willing, it was not impossible for her to enter the 6 young masters of the sacred dynasty and obtain the glory of the previous competition. Got it, senior brother. Red, Samadhi nodded and calmed himself down. As the competition had not yet started, the audience had their own opinions about the 6 seeded players. Hong Li and Long Chun didn't make it. That shouldn't be the case. Both of them are stronger than most people. I think they're stronger than Ling Xiao. Come on. Can your judgment be better than the judges? Anyway, Ling Xiao defeated Jian Wuji and added a lot of points for him. Otherwise, he might not be able to enter the seeded players. These people who were discussing did not know what happened the night before. Otherwise, they would not have said so. The competition has started. Let's stop chatting. After the rules were announced, the seeded players were selected. The head judge soon announced the start of the competition. This was the most exciting moment of all. The selection of seeded players was not a big deal. The key was still to see the performance of the players in the competition. If the seeded players were defeated quickly, it would be even more embarrassing. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fighting ring. 2 martial artists stood on the square martial arts stage. One was Fire Demon Supremacy from Abstruse Fire Sect, and the other was Wind Demon Ting from Heavenly King Sect. Wind Demon Ting was replaced because Jian Wuji had died. He was definitely not as strong as Fire Demon Supremacy. However, he did not intend to admit defeat. It was not easy for him to become one of the top 20 Sky Prides and obtain the Providence. He did not want to give up so soon. However, before everyone's eyes, he was still weaker and lost to Hua Emozun. After Wind Demon, Ting lost. The aura from the bronze cauldron on his back kept flowing into Fire Demon Supremacy's bronze cauldron. After some time, Wind Demon Ting's bronze cauldron became very blurry and almost could not be seen. However, the bronze cauldron on Fire Demon Supremacy's back became clearer. A cauldron of providence was basically formed. Interesting, as he had received 3 cauldrons of providence from Jian Wuji last night. Ling Xiao was familiar with this scene. However, he still found it interesting and exciting every time he saw it. The competition continued. The second person to go up was Long Chun. Ling Xiao had high hopes for Long Chun. The providence of Divine Sword Sect was something that Long Chun had to fight for. Long Chun's opponent was Li Xiefeng, whom he had defeated before. Hence, there was basically no suspense in this battle. Long Chun won easily. Li Xiefeng was stronger, and so was his sect. Hence, he received more providence from the 9 cauldrons. he received 2 cauldrons from the start. After Long Chen defeated him, the original 1 cauldron became 2 cauldrons, while Li Xiefeng received 1 cauldron. From this, it could be seen that the more providence one had, the greater the loss would be after a defeat. After Wind Demon, Ting lost. The providence he lost was less than 1 cauldron, while Li Xiefeng lost 1 cauldron of providence. In fact, this was easy to understand. To put it simply, those with less providence would receive more when they defeated those with more providence. On the other hand, they would lose less if they lost. Those with more providence would receive less when they defeated those with less providence. On the other hand, they would lose more if they lost. Chapter 809. Of course, it wasn't easy for those with less luck to defeat those with more luck. After Long Chen, the competition continued. The ones who appeared one after another were actually by Qian Jiao and Mo Wushang. They defeated their opponents easily, but just as Ling Xiao had guessed before, their 7 cauldrons had reached 7 cauldrons. Even if they defeated their opponents, the amount of luck they obtained was very little, so there was basically no change in their luck. After that, more and more martial artists appeared. It had to be said that the battles were quite exciting, but the audience was more eager for this kind of competition to end quickly. What they hoped for was the final showdown between the top experts. That would be even more exciting. Of course, some people would cause a sensation when they appeared, but this was an exception. For example, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's opponent was actually Feng Yaorao. If there was no Ling Xiao, Feng Yaorao would definitely be first place in the True Devil Forbidden Zones test. This woman was not only powerful, but also very smart and good at reading people's expressions. She could be considered a very good leader among women. However, today, in front of Ling Xiao, Feng Yaorao was like a baby who had just learned to walk. Thinking about what happened the night before, Feng Yaorao still felt a lingering fear. However, this woman's acting was very good. She was very afraid in her heart, but on the surface, she looked very calm. But no matter how calm she was, when facing Ling Xiao, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Thinking back, before she entered the True Devil Forbidden Zone, she simply regarded Ling Xiao as an ant that could be crushed at any time. She even threatened to kill Ling Xiao. But now, standing in front of this person, she almost lost the courage to fight. Taking a deep breath, she smiled bitterly and said, "How about letting me lose a little better?" She didn't expect to win against Ling Xiao at all. She just didn't want to lose too badly. Otherwise, a woman like her would be very sad. "You're very smart. I can let you lose a little better." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He had almost killed Feng Yaorao before. But this woman Feng Yaorao is different from Jian Wuji. Jian Wuji completely overestimated his own capabilities and didn't put others in his eyes. That's why he died miserably. After Feng Yaorao realized how powerful Ling Xiao was, she didn't provoke Ling Xiao again. She even protected Ling Xiao most of the time. This woman was very smart. Generally speaking, smart women tended to live longer. Whoosh! Feng Yaorao wasn't holding any weapon. Because she knew that using weapons was meaningless, her body turned into a blur as she pounced towards Ling Xiao, aiming for Ling Xiao's vital points. Although she knew that she was no match for Ling Xiao, she still used nearly 90% of her strength because she wanted to see how big the gap was between her and Ling Xiao. The raging true essence tore through the air as if it wanted to tear apart Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. He did not even condense his qi sword. He only took a light step forward, then appeared behind Feng Yaorao. There was a trace of blood on his fingertip. There was a scratch on Feng Yaorao's neck. It was a very shallow mark, almost no wound could be seen. However, Feng Yaorao herself knew that if Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, he only needed one move to do so. How did he become so strong? Feng Yaorao looked miserably at the two cauldrons on her back, flying towards Ling Xiao and pouring into the three cauldrons on Ling Xiao's back. Finally, the fourth cauldron on Ling Xiao's back appeared a vague image. Although it was not complete, it was already in its embryonic form. "Many thanks." Feng Yaorao walked over to Ling Xiao's side and said with a bitter smile, "You're really an unfathomable guy." Ling Xiao did not say anything and only smiled faintly. Perhaps he was the only one who knew the depth of his own strength among the people present. With the gathering of his qi, he found that his one-line sky early-stage cultivation was showing signs of a breakthrough. With just a little more qi, he might be able to break through to the one-line sky middle stage. This qi was really magical. This was a breakthrough in the heaven realm, which was much more difficult than the transcendent realm. But even so, Ling Xiao did not even cultivate. He just relied on the gathering of his qi and showed signs of a breakthrough. This was really terrifying. After leaving the stage, Ling Xiao looked at the stage while feeling the mysteries of his qi. This time, the Holy Sun, Hai Miankeo, was on the stage, and her opponent was the third young master Bai, whose strength was not ordinary. Although there was only one cauldron of qi behind the third young master Bai, it was very condensed. The second cauldron also had a vague image. This proud young man did not admit defeat, because he felt that he could try to challenge the Holy Sun. But the result was very tragic. He lost, and there was no suspense. He didn't even know how he lost. The Holy Sun only made a palm strike, and he was defeated before it even touched him. After receiving part of the third young master Bai's qi, the ninth cauldron's qi appeared behind Hai Miankeo. This girl was too strong. Among all the sky prides, only she had 8 cauldrons of qi, and now the ninth cauldron's qi had already appeared. At this rate, as long as he did not lose, it was not impossible for him to successfully obtain 9 cauldrons of qi. After leaving the stage, Hai Miankeo glanced at Ling Xiao and sent a message to him. "Ling Xiao, I hope you don't lose before you lose to me. I will absorb your qi." Ling Xiao smiled slightly and did not say anything. The battle between him and Hai Miankeo was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Before meeting Hai Miankeo, he felt that the possibility of him losing was very low. "It's my turn. Junior brother Ling, pray for me." Hai Miankeo left the stage, and Lan Yu stood up. "Senior sister Lan, your opponent is Long Xiao Xiao. That girl is not easy to deal with. But don't be nervous. As long as you perform well, you will be stronger than her." Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Thank you for your auspicious words." Lan Yu trusted Ling Xiao very much. Since Ling Xiao said that she could win, she would definitely win. Long Xiao Xiao was not a Sky Prize in the last martial arts festival, but she had made great progress in the past few years. Like the third young master Bai, she defeated several seniors and successfully advanced to the battle of the 20 Sky Prides. Both of them had 1 cauldron of qi. Whoever won would be able to condense the second cauldron of qi. After 50 rounds of battle, the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, after 100 rounds, Lan Yu's advantage became more obvious. The magical effect of the lunar scripture allowed her to have a longer battle. Her whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of moonlight, which made her look dreamy. However, one should not think that this layer of moonlight was just a facade. If one thought that way, one would not be far from being unlucky. This layer of moonlight was the perfect combination of heavenly primary force and external energy. Not only did it have a terrifying defense, but it was also extremely cold. If it hit the enemy, it could even freeze the enemy's true origin or heavenly primary force. Obviously, as time passed, Long Xiao Xiao was gradually losing. Chapter 8:10. In the beginning, Long Xiao Xiao wanted to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Instead, she wasted a lot of true yuan. In the end, she was defeated by Lan Yu, on the 200th move. Lan Yu, who won, absorbed Long Xiao Xiao's 9 cauldrons of luck. The second cauldron had already appeared. It wasn't far from being formed. This woman is a bit interesting. It's not bad to bring her back as a concubine. He. Should I go easy on her? Qin Bishue sneered. He likes strong women. Obviously, he was interested in Lan Yu. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't care about feelings. He only wants slaves. Reckless thing. Long Chen cursed after hearing Qin Bishue's words. Lan Yu isn't much. She's very lucky to be able to enter the top 20. But you dare to make a move on Lan Yu? Aren't you afraid of offending Ling Xiao? In Long Chen's view, the only one who can threaten Ling Xiao is the holy Sun Hai Miang Ko. The others are not on the same level as Ling Xiao. There were no surprises in the first round. Those who should have won were all won. Those who should have lost were all defeated. There were no surprises in the second round. Ling Xiao's opponent was Feng Mo Ting. Feng Mo Ting didn't even fight and admitted defeat. As a result, his 9 cauldrons of luck didn't increase. After all, Feng Mo Ting lost 2 rounds in a row. In the third round, Ling Xiao's opponent was still relatively weak. It was Army Breaker, who he met before. His opponent also lost without a fight. Therefore, after 3 rounds, his luck was still at 3 cauldrons. The 4th cauldron was just a prototype. It should be said that Long Chen's luck was relatively good. This guy's opponents weren't weak. Moreover, his opponent's luck was also very strong. Until now, he had already reached 3 cauldrons of luck. He was basically catching up with Ling Xiao. In the 4th round, Ling Xiao's opponent was still very weak. In fact, if one observed carefully, it wasn't difficult to notice that the 6-seeded contestants' opponents weren't strong. This was probably deliberately arranged. Even though it was said to be a random draw, it was still very easy for a Yinyang realm expert to do something. At the end of the 4th round, although Ling Xiao had won 4 consecutive rounds, his providence was still slightly more than 3 cauldrons. Long Chen had already surpassed him and reached 4 cauldrons of providence. Hong Li was even more outstanding. She actually already had 5 cauldrons of fate. This woman's strength was already very strong, so it was not exaggerated at all. Hong Samadhi was also terrifying. She originally had 3 cauldrons of providence, and now she had 5 cauldrons of providence. Lan Yu had benefited a lot from the battle with Long Xiao Xiao. She had broken through again while resting. Originally, Ling Xiao had thought that it would be difficult for her to make it into the top 10. But now, he felt that his senior sister should be able to enter the top 10 very easily. After 4 rounds, she only lost to Hai Miang Ko and won the rest. However, losing to Hai Miang Ko was not shameful. With Lan Yuer's strength, losing to 6-seeded players was not shameful. Lan Yuer's providence was still at less than 2 cauldrons. In the 5th round, Ling Xiao finally met a relatively strong opponent. This person was Fire Demon Supremacy, whom Ling Xiao had never faced before. Fire Demon Supremacy did not reveal his strength, and he only ranked 50th in the previous martial arts festival. No one took him seriously, but what was strange was that he had actually made it into the top 10 in this year's martial arts festival and successfully became one of the top 20 geniuses. Not only that, but Fire Demon Supremacy had also not lost in the previous 4 rounds. Now that he had 3 cauldrons of providence, he could be said to be a dark horse. Others may be afraid of you, but I, Fire Demon Supremacy, am not. Fire Demon Supremacy did not admit defeat to Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter if you are afraid or not. I just want to ask you one thing. What is your relationship with the flame deity from Yuehua School? Ling Xiao had always been puzzled. This was because he could clearly sense the flame deity's aura from Fire Demon Supremacy. Nothing. Fire Demon Supremacy's eyes flashed with shock, but he returned to normal after a while and denied it directly. Not telling the truth. Then I'll beat you up until you tell the truth. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take my ultimate move, Volcanic Purgatory. Fire Demon Supremacy roared furiously. Then he leaped into the air and smashed his hands at Ling Xiao. The ferocious flames condensed into a mountain range and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Bang! Ling Xiao pointed his finger gently, and the heavenly pulse energy sword pierced through the air. The seemingly ferocious mountain range collapsed on the spot, and the ferocious attack was also killed. Good fellow, you are indeed strong. Fire Demon Supremacy was shocked. The most terrifying thing about his volcanic purgatory was not the initial attack, but the terrifying flames that would continuously surge towards the opponent after the successful attack. Not only was each level stronger than the previous, but it was also mixed with the dark flames of death, making it impossible for the opponent to guard against. However, it was defeated by Ling Xiao right from the start, and its subsequent power could not be unleashed at all. He really couldn't understand how Ling Xiao was able to see through the flaws and problems in his move. You are indeed related to the flame deity. Those who possess the dark flames of death are either the flame deity's disciple or the flame deity's doppelganger. You can't be the original body. Otherwise, you would have been discovered. Ling Xiao had seen the flame deity's doppelganger in the Moonlight Pagoda before, and he could control the bodies of other martial artists. Now, he was basically certain that Fire Demon Supremacy was being controlled by the flame deity's doppelganger. So what if I'm discovered? Anyway, there are people who can't wait for you to die. But don't worry, I won't let you die now. It won't be too late to let you die after I obtain the fate of the 9 cauldrons. I'll consider this battle my loss. Fire Demon Supremacy sneered. He actually admitted defeat and left the fighting ring. A portion of his fate was absorbed by Ling Xiao. Fire Demon Supremacy's fate was strong to begin with. Hence, Ling Xiao absorbed a lot of it. In an instant, his fate rose to more than 4 cauldrons, nearing the state of 5 cauldrons. He was faintly catching up to Hong Samadhi, and Hong Li. Interesting. The more fate there is, the more it helps one's essence, qi, and spirit. As the fate continued to increase, Ling Xiao gradually realized that although there was no change in its effects, it was getting stronger. At this moment, his cultivation had finally broken through again, reaching the middle stage of one-line sky. Not only that, the heavenly essence, energy, and physical strength that he had expended previously were instantly replenished. The so-called essence, qi, and spirit referred to physical strength, internal strength, and soul power. These 3 were too important to a martial artist. No matter what he did, he would consume them. When 2 evenly matched opponents were fighting, the strength of the essence, qi, and spirit would determine the strength of the battle. If one underestimated these 3 things, they would be at a disadvantage. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao could use fate to cultivate. After physical strength, internal strength, and soul power increased, one's cultivation would naturally increase. This was because the increase of one's cultivation would increase these 3 things. It could be said that it was appropriate. Chapter 8:11. In the 6th round of the competition, Ling Xiao met an even stronger opponent, Hong Samadhi. The people of Abstruse Fire Sect had always felt that Ling Xiao from Yuehua School was not worthy of being one of the 6 seeded contestants. They felt that this qualification should belong to Hong Samadhi. Therefore, they were not very friendly to Ling Xiao. Even Hong Samadhi was anxious to defeat Ling Xiao and prove that the judge's judgment was wrong. Ling Xiao was low-key and reserved, while Hong Samadhi as a girl was domineering. The two of them stood in stark contrast on the stage. Ling Xiao, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you defeated Jian Wuji. You did surprise me that night, but I must defeat you. Defeating Ling Xiao would not only clear her name, but also make her the Holy Emperor's goddaughter and the princess of the sacred dynasty. No matter what, Hong Samadhi felt that she had to defeat Ling Xiao. There was no other choice. Make your move. I like your true Samadhi fire very much. Although Ling Xiao's Hell Dragon fire was superior to the dark flame of death, they were flames of the same attribute. It was not suitable for refining many elixirs. This also hindered Ling Xiao's improvement in alchemy. Not only that, but there were also many restrictions in martial arts and formations. Therefore, Ling Xiao had always been looking forward to collecting all 12 sacred flames. This way, he could use different flames according to the elixirs he did not know. This was the best way. He did not need to snatch Hong Samadhi's true Samadhi fire, martial soul. He only needed to get the seed of the true flame. He could cultivate it himself anyway. Hong Samadhi snorted and said, "It's useless to like it. The true Samadhi fire will recognize its master. It only likes the strong. Take this." With a shout, Hong Samadhi stretched her body and crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. She was in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Then she struck out with her palm. This palm condensed the powerful true Samadhi fire, which actually made Ling Xiao feel as if he was about to be melted. It was Red Samadhi's signature move, the true fire Mahamudra. Interesting, I'll give it a try too. Ling Xiao smiled. It was not easy to meet an opponent like Hong Samadhi. He did not want to end the battle so quickly. The image of the archaic hellish dragon appeared behind him, and he actually struck out with his palm. Dragonfire palm. Compared to the true Samadhi fire, the Hell's Dragonfire was clearly more powerful. With a loud bang, the two of them retreated. However, even though Ling Xiao had concealed most of his strength, he still managed to push Hong Samadhi back by more than 10 steps. However, he had only taken 3 steps back. Fire cloud steps. Hong Sanmei was not going to give up so easily. She did not manage to get any battle merits from her attack. She immediately used her Jade Grade entry movement skill. She turned around and turned into a cloud of fire that covered the entire arena. He couldn't see where she was. He couldn't see what she was going to do. Bam, 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 bam. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hong Sanmei continuously struck out with her palms, all of which landed on Ling Xiao's Heaven's Shield. The power is not bad. It's a pity that it's not enough to deal with me. Ling Xiao's Heaven's Shield was as strong as Vajra. It was not damaged at all. Hong Sanmei's attacks were all blocked outside and did not cause any damage to him. Use whatever other moves you have. Otherwise, once I make my move, you'll lose without a doubt. Ling Xiao had only exchanged blows with Hong Sanmei because he wanted to snatch her true fire seed. It could not be considered as a real attack. Otherwise, he would not have just attacked. All right, then I'll let you see my trump card. True Samadhi Fire Force. Revered Furnace. It wasn't wrong to say that it was his trump card. Hong Sanmei's true Samadhi Fire Force was very special. It was a dual cultivation technique that combined both defense and attack. Of course, the attack was not as strong as the defense. The power of this move was that it could constantly smelt the energy emitted by both sides during the attack, and then add it to the attack. As long as the defense was successful, the power would become very terrifying. I didn't expect to use this martial art to deal with Ling Xiao. It seems that this Ling Xiao is really not easy to deal with. But once Hong Sanmei uses true Samadhi Fire Force, as long as Ling Xiao can't finish the battle quickly, he will lose. This martial art is more powerful as it goes on. Yeah, I don't know how Ling Xiao will deal with it. Ling Xiao did not plan to deal with it at all. Instead, he deliberately controlled his power, as if he wanted to cooperate with Hong Sanmei to raise the true Samadhi fire force to the extreme. This was his desire to hunt. He was not interested in Hong Sanmei, but he was very interested in the true Samadhi fire force. It was not that he wanted to practice it, but he had never seen this martial art before. He wanted to take this opportunity to try it out and see if he could deal with such a powerful attack calmly. After attacking for dozens of times, Hong Sanmei was retreating. When he retreated to the edge of the battle stage, Hong Sanmei had no way to retreat. Suddenly, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Ling Xiao, take this, the fury of divine fire. As one of the 12 sacred fires, the true Samadhi fire was very powerful. Although sometimes it was used to refine pills, it was quite gentle. But once the divine fire was angry, it could explode even the best alchemy furnace. At this moment, the true Samadhi fire was really angry. The momentum was so great that it was terrifying. It was as if the entire battle stage was going to be completely burned by this raging fire. It was completely unstoppable. Oh, this is your strongest attack. It is indeed powerful. Facing this fierce attack, Ling Xiao's face showed a surprised smile. Whoosh! A gigantic hellfire crucible appeared behind him. The lid of the crucible opened, and a black gold flame shot out from within, transforming into a gigantic divine dragon. It actually opened its mouth and swallowed the raging true Samadhi fire. The flames that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. It gave people a very discordant feeling. It was as if the thunder of the end of the world did not fall in the end. Suddenly, the clouds broke and the sky cleared. It was too sudden. Others just felt bad. But Hong Sanmei was so uncomfortable that she wanted to vomit blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? Are you a human or a ghost? Hong Sanmei could not believe that this was real. Even when she lost so easily in the battle with Qin Bishue, she was not so desperate, because she knew that she still had a trump card that she had not used yet. But today, she was really desperate. Her opponent was too strong, so strong that she did not feel the slightest bit of hope. Oh my God, this Ling Xiao is really scary. Could it be that he has been pretending all this time? At the last moment, he suddenly turned the situation around and deliberately played with Hong Sanmei. Whether or not he is playing with her, this person is too scary and unfathomable. Even if Hong Sanmei lost to Qin Bishue, she is so weak against Ling Xiao. This is also something I did not expect. Chapter 8:12. It seems like the judges are quite accurate. Hong Sanmei is indeed not as good as Ling Xiao. That much can be confirmed. Over at Abstruse Fire Sect's side, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect such an outcome. Red Samadhi had not only lost, but he had also lost after using his trump card. This was simply unacceptable. Yuehua School is really rising. I can't help but be impressed. The sect leader of Abstruse Fire Sect let out a long sigh. At this moment, he was really helpless. The younger generation was the future of the sect. Although the old guys were stronger than the young ones, the problem was that they no longer had any potential to tap into. However, the young ones still had great potential. In addition, the cultivation environment of the Sky Dragon continent was much better than before. The future of these young ones would definitely be more exciting than theirs. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled and clasped his fist at Hong Sanmei before turning around to leave the stage. This time, not only did he obtain the true Samadhi Fire Seed, but he also improved his luck to 6 cauldrons, becoming the most eye-catching one among the new generation. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Although Hong Sanmei lost, she lost in a baffling manner. How could she accept it? Hee, of course, I'll keep you company. After all, he got some good stuff from others. It was not a big deal to practice with others. Time passed, and so did the battles. Haim, Myung Kos luck, was still a little more than 8 cauldrons. It was too difficult to condense the 9th cauldron. Next up were Mo Wushang and Bai Qianjiao. Both of them were condensing the 8th cauldron. After these two, Lu Taiyin should have been next. However, he was now surpassed by Qin Bishue, Ling Xiao, and Hong Li. The 3 of them had 6 cauldrons of luck and were condensing the 7th cauldron. However, their speed would be greatly reduced. Lu Taiyin could only be ranked 7th with 5 cauldrons of luck. Ling Xiao did not care much about the rest. He only paid special attention to Long Chen and Lan Yuer. Currently, Long Chen's luck was exactly the same as Lu Taiyin's. Lan Yu only had 2 cauldrons, but that was already quite good. Su Jing won 15 out of 18 battles, and her dragon-shaped shadow was more than 4 zhang long. At this time, the sky had already darkened, but with the huge light gathering array, the battle stage was still as bright as day. At the end of the 8th round, everyone was given a long break to eat and rest for a while. About half an hour later, the audience took the opportunity to meditate and rest for a while. In any case, the weakest among the audience was a half-step Empyrean. To them, a quarter of an hour of meditation was comparable to a night's sleep for an ordinary person. After the break, the competition resumed under the anticipation of the crowd. The 9th round, Ling Xiao successfully defeated his opponent. His luck increased again, and the 7th cauldron was almost condensed. He believed that as long as he met a slightly stronger opponent, he would be able to condense the 7th cauldron. Just in terms of luck, he was already very close to Mo Wushang and Bai Qianjiao. However, Qin Bishue and Hong Li's situation was not worse than his. The 3 of them were just below the Holy Sun, Mo Wushang, and Bai Qianjiao. Moreover, there was a feeling that they were evenly matched. Fire Devil supremacy was still lukewarm. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, but the opponents he met were not too strong, except for Ling Xiao. Therefore, although he had a winning streak, his luck was not as good as Lu Taiyin, Long Chen, and Hong Samadhi. The first match of the 10th round, Ling Xiao versus Gue Suisho. Gue Suisho was not strong, but he was a dark horse. However, he was a disciple of the Blue Water Divine Palace, and no one dared to underestimate him. Moreover, his performance was not bad. In the past 9 rounds, the opponents he lost to were all seeded contestants. Facing opponents who were not seeded contestants, he was able to remain undefeated. However, there were more draws. This guy's defense was too terrifying. In any case, several people could not break through his defense. To be honest, Gue Suisho was really unwilling to meet Ling Xiao. However, today's ranking battle was unavoidable. It was only a matter of time before he met him. All he could do was to try his best to get a point. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and no points for a loss. As long as he could maintain his previous battle state, he was not afraid. Taking a deep breath, Gue Suisho raised his defense to the maximum. A huge tortoiseshell appeared in front of him, completely enveloping him. It was this layer of tortoiseshell that allowed him to remain undefeated even when facing powerful enemies. Although it felt a little shameless, it was also a part of his strength. Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword, Hell Dragon Sword. Facing Gue Suisho, Ling Xiao did not intend to waste time. He directly used the strongest move of the Heavenly Pulse Chi Sword. The huge Hell Dragon Sword seemed to be condensed by raging flames. It split the void and rushed towards Gue Suisho. In the void, raging flames burned the sky. It was simply a scene of scorching hell. Huge pillars of fire rose from the stage. It was clear that after Ling Zhao's strength had risen, the might of the Hell Dragon Sword had risen as well. Gue Suisho, who had already used all his heavenly elemental energy and true elemental energy on his defense, was still shocked in the face of this attack. In just an instant, his so-called invincible defense was completely shattered. His whole body fell into an intense pain, as if he was being burned by flames. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had shown mercy and retracted the Hell's Dragon Fire after breaking through Gue Wuji's defense. Otherwise, Gue Wuji would have been burned to ashes. After the battle, Ling Xiao absorbed Gue Suisho's 9 cauldrons of luck. His luck finally reached the level of 7 cauldrons. Even the 8th cauldron showed signs of blurring. It was obvious that he was closer to Bai Qianjiao and Mo Wushang. 7 huge cauldrons spun in the void. The lights on them flickered repeatedly, and they rang like the morning bell. As if sensing the threat, Hai Miangkeo, Mo Wushang, and Bai Qianjiao's bronze cauldrons of luck also rang. For a moment, the whole stage seemed to have started a sonata of the cauldrons. Damn, the heavenly veins in my body seem to be stirring. Am I going to level up again? Ling Xiao was suddenly filled with emotions. No wonder everyone wanted to fight for the luck. It was definitely more precious than any elixir. 9 was an extreme number. That meant that there was only one person present who could obtain all 9 cauldrons of luck. Just like Ji Furing in the past. What kind of special situation would happen if one obtained all 9 cauldrons of luck? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. The 10th round of the competition proceeded in an orderly manner. The later the battles, the longer it took for them to end. Except for a few battles that could end quickly. Most of the battles would take at least 200 moves to end. Chapter 8:13. The 10th round finally ended when the sun was about to rise. At this time, there were still 9 rounds before the end of the competition. The head judge announced a pause. At this time, someone took the time to analyze. Don't you think it's interesting? I just calculated. Other than the 6 seeded contestants who didn't fight, Hong Li and Long Chen also didn't fight with the other 6 seeded contestants. That's right. Hong Sanmei and Fire Demon Ancestor only lost to Ling Xiao. They didn't fight with the other seeded contestants. They didn't even fight with Hong Li and Long Chen. This is interesting. That's right. There are only 9 rounds left. They have already fought with the rest of the contestants. In other words, the following battles will be between the strong. That's right. The following battles will be even more exciting. At the end of the break, everyone stopped making noise and quietly waited for the 11th round of the competition to begin. Although the possibility of the experts fighting in the last 9 rounds increased, there would still be some matches. For example, the first match of the 11th round was between Army Breaker and Liang Xiao. In the previous elimination round, Army Breaker lost to Liang Xiao after using Soul Combination technique. However, he won this time, even though he used 200 moves to win. It could be seen that the Soul Combination technique that Liang Xiao used was just an unorthodox technique. It didn't help to increase one's strength. On the other hand, Army Breaker's strength was steadily increasing after his battle with Ling Xiao. Although it wasn't an explosive increase, he had enough strength to defeat Liang Xiao. The second match was quite exciting. However, it still wasn't the top 10 match in everyone's mind. Therefore, the audience couldn't help but be disappointed. However, the more it was so, the more they looked forward to the match between the strong. The third match was still not a match between the strong. When the audience's depressed mood was about to reach its limit, the fourth match finally had 2 young giants. One was Long Chun, and the other was Lu Taiyin. Long Chen knew that he was a disciple of the Divine Sword sect. However, very few people knew about him. Therefore, many people felt that he was very mysterious. Long Chen's advantage was his terrifying physical strength and defense. He fought all the way, and his battle results were very impressive. Therefore, he almost became a seeded contestant. Even now, Long Chen was considered a supernova on par with Ling Xiao. After all, Qin Bishue had participated in the martial arts festival, so it could only be considered half new. Of course, his opponent, Lu Tain, was even more famous. He was the first core disciple of the Profound Fire sect, and was ranked fourth among the 6 young masters of the Sacred Dynasty. More importantly, he was a seeded player. The battle between the two was hailed as a battle between a supernova and a genius of the older generation. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless people. Many people wanted to know whether Lu Tain's flames were more powerful or Long Chen's power was more shocking. Please enlighten me. In the end, Long Chen was the descendant of the Golden Dragon. He could be considered the descendant of the Dragon Emperor in the Land of Dragons. This etiquette was very thorough and could be considered refined and courteous. Lu Tain said with a wry smile, "You new stars are too brilliant. You're almost burning half the sky red. Although I admit that I may not be your opponent, the glory of the older generation still needs to be protected. Please attack." Long Chen made an inviting gesture. "All right, then let me test the strength of a supernova." Without using his martial soul, Lu Tain condensed his heavenly core force into a fist and blasted it directly at Long Chen. The terrifying punch was like a thunderbolt that could pierce through everything. Boom! Long Chen did not use his martial soul. He did not even use his true core force. He only relied on the strength of his body to meet Lu Tain head-on. In this battle, Long Chen was slightly at a disadvantage. However, it was not a big deal. It was not possible to suppress Lu Tain with the body of a dragon. Although Lu Tain's strength was not as strong as Hong Sanmei, his experience was there. In order to defeat him, Long Chen had to think of more ways. "Very well. You are qualified to make me use my true strength. I want to see how much stronger your defense is compared to that Gue Sueshou." After saying that, Lu Tain really started to attack. 32, hands 9 in fire sword. Before this, Lu Tain had never used a sword. Obviously, he felt that Long Chen was qualified to make him use a sword. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 32, hands 9 in fire sword was Lu Tain's ultimate move that he had modified by combining his martial soul and a precious jade grade sword technique. Each move was not only gorgeous, but also powerful. The key was that this was a set of consecutive moves. Unless one's technique was much better than Lu Tain's, it was possible to break the chain of attacks and win. Unfortunately, Long Chen could not do that. However, there was another way to break the chain of attacks. That was to meet force with force and use a stronger force to break down the sword technique one by one. To Long Chen, this was not a difficult task at all. Lu Tain's sword technique was getting faster and faster. Its power was also getting more and more overbearing. His moves were getting smoother, and there was almost no flaw to be found. In comparison, most of the swordsman's moves were not even worth mentioning. Even Snow Mountain Sect's Li Xiefeng's sword technique could not be compared to Lu Tain's. Everyone from abstruse Fire Sect smiled with satisfaction, because they heard the applause and praises from the audience. Most of the audience praised Lu Tain's sword technique, as expected of the 6th young master of the Sacred Dynasty. It looks like it won't be that easy to win. In his eyes, the streaks of sword light were simply like long rivers of waterfalls that were charging straight at him. It was truly difficult to resist and disintegrate. If this continued, his defense would really be broken. Thinking of this, Long Chun directly entered the human dragon form. He was originally from the Dragon Clan. After entering the human dragon form, he was in the complete 10th form. Suddenly, his strength and momentum increased sharply. That's the martial soul transformation. That's right. I didn't expect Long Chun to not use this before. Otherwise, he would definitely be a seeded player. It doesn't matter if he's a seeded player or not. Anyway, he hasn't encountered many strong opponents before. What's next is the key. The 30th move. Lu Taiyin's sword pierced out. The void was immediately torn apart, and the elements wailed continuously. Bang! Facing this attack, Long Chun felt the blood in his body begin to churn. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He did not expect Lu Taiyin's sword technique to become stronger and stronger. Originally, after entering the human dragon form, he thought he could easily win. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated this sword technique. Could it be that he had to enter the golden dragon form? Long Chun could not help but worry. Once he entered the golden dragon form, he would definitely win. However, when that time came, his identity would be exposed.